Hello, and welcome to Rollthrit, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Today, we are playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition with Ascension, our long-running campaign. Last week there was a lot of revelations, so I actually have no idea really how they're gonna follow that up. But before we get into all of that, we got to go through, you guessed it, there's going to be some announcements. And there will even be some shilling. Followed by how to support us in recaps. And then we'll get into it. So, announcements for today. Today's supporter. Miazilla. Thank you for supporting today's
I don't know
episode.
how you feel about that, Zilla. But thank you for the support. And all the cool
Very much
banners.
appreciate it. Also, the Clockwork Constructs are now out on Patreon. I believe that includes the little diddy ones he basically killed really quickly, along with the more tanky guardians, the little repair bot thingies, the turret, and I think even the Praetorians. There's a whole bunch of clockworks there.
Yep, everything mechanical that we encountered in the Steel Behemoth.
There you go. Feel free to check that out on our Patreon. That'll be what GM tier and above.
Yep.
There's also a new show that we should talk about. But more specifically, before we talk about it, why don't we show you it? Grimrose Academy starts on Saturday. Bentham, take it away. Spellbinding.
Yay!
And the Grimrose Arcane Roses info is on Patreon now.
Yep.
Right?
Well,
Okay,
which is
it's
not
on
your
now.
thing, man.
There you go.
It's, it will be fun. It's lots of magics. And high school drama. So
People
it will
have
be
been
an episodical magical adventure where witches, deal with school stuff, but also, they learn about lots of secret things going on around
people
the
have
school.
been tweeting about what arcane roses they think they would be in.
Yes, the Arcane Roses information is out if you want to look at that. We have some information public, but if you are GM tier and above, you get a little sneak peek of more information about each of the organizations, societies of the roses. And then also, if you are GM tier or above, if you're on our Discord, I asked for some information, so you should check that out because it will affect the game. Literally episode 1. So I think my cutoff is today at 5 p.m. Pacific. So if you're watching this live. And then also legend tier and above for this month's and next month's games, you will be affecting the game as well. So if you would like to join a campaign that will affect the live show, this is your chance. And then I believe we'll be putting up the characters for some of the characters tomorrow as well up on our Patreon. So lots of good stuff coming from Grimrose Academy, and I hope you all enjoyed the trailer. I worked really hard on it.
Dun, dun, dun. And last but not least, we're sponsored by Roll20. We use Roll20 for our little online tabletop, which we've used to some degree to kind of, well, bastardize some of the systems so that we can have a virtual overlay. But in addition, we have a load of cool stuff, little scripts and so on, which I should check that. No, the scripts are running right now. They haven't crashed yet. You can see that if you look at the map screen right now, Roll20 allows you to do awesome things like have people on the world map and also throw them handouts to be like, okay, you just got this item. Which item should I use as an example? Yeah, it should be this one. I could use the key, that's true. I wanted the hammer, but I should use the key. You'd be like, you got this item. You display the information. And then they can look at it and be like, yeah, cool. But can I have a key instead? And then you feel sad. But Roll20 can't help you with that. You just need better players. Bentham. I don't know, trade with Arena. If she wants a hammer, you can have a key.
I was just suggesting the most important item in the game so far. I thought it was...
Isn't the most important item in the game? No, I can't say each other because it's not an item, or love because it's not an item. We're like, isn't the most important item in the game?
The real MacGuffin was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
Aww.
Doesn't...
Thought that was for One Piece. Everyone always tells me that's the One Piece, is the friends you make along the way. I'm like, that's bullshit! Where's the real One Piece?
And the real experience is the enemies you kill along the way.
Yeah, the trophies
That's the experience. It's literally the
on
experience.
our wall.
Or in,
Trophies on your
Arena's
wall.
bag.
Yeah. Or eaten by our bag of hungering that I keep forgetting we have.
Yep.
Yeah, you have. Did you give that back to me?
Good question. Who's carrying
Or are
that?
you wanting to carry it?
I'm not attuning to it again.
Okay.
You can carry it. I don't
Okay.
want it. It scares me. It's going to eat me.
Arena now has the bag of hungering, but is not attuned to it, so you can't pull anything out, but you can still put stuff in.
I will attune to it probably.
If you have an attunement slot, Frey. I thought you said you were attuned to the key.
Oh, let me check.
Key armor gun?
Either way, let me just check what the counter sheet has at the moment. Anyway, regardless of that, and the items that they found along the way, Shillin, Bentham, do the Shillin. Do it quick.
Okay, you can support us on Patreon. That's the main way that we fund all the shows that we do. There's a bunch of tiers that give you a bunch of rewards. There's MP3s, there's after shows, there's character sheets, there's a bunch of enemy stat things, like in particular, all of the enemies that we faced in our recent Steel Behemoth adventures have all been posted, so you can check out all of that and, throw them at your players if you're feeling cruel. Those goddamn, like, bolus firing robot things that I kept not shielding because I kept forgetting what they do. Anyway, you can also submit names for NPCs who get used randomly throughout our shows. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month and how all the shows are going and that kind of thing. And if you're crazy, you can support at Legend Tier. You can support an episode every month like Miazilla this time, and also take part in a once monthly RPG session gen by a member of the Roll for It cast. You can also support on Twitch too. You can do the Twitch things like subscribing and giving us bits, and there's also a way to do tips, and they make things happen in the cup with physics, and also we read out the tips at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And of course, if you
like
subscribe,
tips.
Yep. We need some pointers. We're having a rough time in this game. You can. When you sub, you get emotes and badges, and you get immediate access to the Twitch VODs. Normally, you have to wait 24 hours for us to upload the VODs over on YouTube. And speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member. That gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, Patreon supporter, all give you access to our Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the shows, and occasionally get some hints about upcoming shows by investigating the roles of various cast members. We like to drop some hints before things become official. So some people could have got the scoop on the upcoming Witches show, and you could also.
FYI, they did get the scoop, but they were like, "Oh, but Maggie doesn't have the role." But Maggie's been talking about it and stuff, so she's definitely the GM, despite the fact she doesn't have the role. And I responded, going,
Also,
"Let
we
me just
announced
fix that."
that I was the
And I
GM,
gave
so.
her I gave her the role.
Oh dear. And yeah, you could also support us just by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out, making the view count go up, and then the websites like us more, and more people have a chance to see us because of how the algorithms work and that kind of thing. And you can help those even more by pressing various buttons, liking and following and favoriting and subscribing in the other kind of way, and all that kind of thing. We appreciate all those too, as well as chatting and commenting, because that helps too. I mean, it definitely helps on YouTube. I don't know if more chatting means that people get promoted more on Twitch. I've never thought about whether or not that works, but do it anyway, because we read it and we appreciate it. We want to hear from you, and I do take great joy in reading the chat sometimes and seeing how people are reacting to my ridiculous antics. And yeah, you can also help us by clipping too, because then we get to put cool clips in our Twitter posts and stuff like that. So make sure to clip the cool moments. You got to do it live if you're doing it on Twitch, because of how sub-only VODs work. We don't like it, but it's how it works. And that's it, that's the stuff.
Okay. So, that brings us to one final thing, which is what happened last time on Ascension. Who would like to compete for today's inspiration?
Not it.
Not it.
Oh,
Last
You definitely
got
lost
him.
there.
From my perspective, it was simultaneous.
From my perspective, I feel like you probably need it the most.
You talked the most
But
to your
from your
god.
perspective, it was simultaneous. However, that's always from your perspective. As an independent viewer of the three of you, Maggie beat you just by about, I want to say, like half a second.
On the official record, it's even, but I'll do it.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Wait. I forgot. We need to have the music that just happens to time really, really well with this.
Okay.
And I can't remember which one it is, so I'm just going to randomly pick one and let's just pretend it works. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so Team Dragon Punch, they were in a steel behemoth to rescue Arena after they were investigating it and things went a little bit wrong and she got stolen with all of her important magical items and magical notes and things like that. We managed to rescue Arena, we managed to recover the key, but we did find out that something had been taken from the key, which seems really bad because they were kind of fine to let the key go. So the thing in it was the important thing. We got most of the stuff back. We did lose Corvidbot and all the items that we put on Corvidbot, which serves us right, really. It was going to happen sooner or later. And we all... Yeah, and we're getting to that. And then we all escaped into the Underdark, the clutches of the weird shark demon that had taken over the Still Behemoth after we thought we were liberating it, but we were just kind of making things worse. We all went to sleep, and we all had conversations with various powerful beings. Perrin had a conversation with Erithis about faith and what he really believes in and whether that matches up with what Erithis represents. He accidentally called Erithis flawed. It didn't go well. He got kind of got cursed, you know, but he did learn, you know, a couple little tidbits here and there, I suppose, important things. Skith then had a conversation with Mistra, which is pretty cool, when we found out that Mistra is alive and sort of reformed their consciousness somewhere in recent times, and that they're fragmented into various parts scattered across the world, perhaps, and she could reform if she wanted to, but thinks that she shouldn't because of reasons. And so we're working something about that, and we learned a lot about the Dawn War that's really important. And then Arena had a conversation with Urzu Cogdir representing the Raven Queen about the key and things like that, and we found out that what was in the key was quite possibly a sword that kills gods. And then we left and went to Vihoras.
No. But you get the rest. You get the rest. Which was really good, actually. That was a really good intro. You know, that covered, I think, the arc, but it gave a lot of information about the current bit, while also giving the backstory. You know what? Damn. You can have inspiration, and I think that was so good. I'm going to give this runner-up inspiration as well. Arena, you got inspiration.
What?
Yeah, that was A
I
grade.
like this. I don't know where to try.
Arena always rolls the best out of everybody.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, but you
Like
say that, but that's because
32.
Skith doesn't
Like, okay.
roll very often, because you do, you know, saving throw stuff.
Yeah.
It's primarily because I do things that I know I'm going to be good at, but then the stuff that I'm bad at, I get natty ones. But I know it's going to happen.
Okay. So, as Bentham mentioned, went through Vihoras, which was thanks to Saban Mishmir showing up. Your affiliated
know where we
employee person who is a tabaxi who just showed up and was like, I'm just here. Pietro told me to come get you. And with that, he steps forwards, grabs you all, and you disappear in a flash of multicolored light and appear
We're about to get eaten.
right in front of the temple to the Raven Queen. And there is a horse there with a tiny pangolin sitting atop it.
Arena will run out.
We have arrived. If you have any more quests, let me know.
Thanks for the quick exit. I'm sure we'll have some work for you.
Don't we already have work for him? Yeah. Well, Arena's running over to give Pietro a hug.
Are you okay? Why does your armor look different?
Oh no, something happened with it. But I'm so happy to be back. And she just like squeezes him.
I'm tiny, please squeeze less.
Actually, isn't he like the same as me?
No,
Isn't
he's
he
tiny.
small?
He's
He's
just
still
a
tiny.
big
Oh, okay.
tiny.
He's like similar to me though.
He's like 11 inches tall. You're still
Oh,
an
okay.
arm.
Okay, he's like a foot. I see. I'm like
Like
2
an
feet.
action figure.
Yeah, but he's like a third of me. Okay.
Everybody disappeared, and then I kept trying to write, and then no like replies came back. So I was a bit confused.
It's a very long story.
Why does Perrin have a hat? Did you break another sword, Perrin?
I've still got the sword this time. But yeah, picked up a new hammer. One silver lining.
He'll have to start his own armory at some point.
I don't know
noticed.
if I want to wear any armor he makes. Look at this horse attached to his.
Isn't it amazing?
Knowing my luck, I'll be down to one weapon soon enough. I'll find some way to smash the crystal blade.
If you don't need it, you could just sell it before then.
I might need a backup.
I could take it and wear it on my side to intimidate people.
And if you want to borrow it, you can. It's a longsword. You can wield one-handed.
Pietro,
Wait, is he talking to me or you?
I'm not sure. I'd like to see you carry his sword around. That'd be funny.
I would have to check whether I can wield non-light weapons. Give me 1 second. I forget whether he can do that. You haven't offered him a sword before.
Glad I didn't end up giving him the staff. That thing's sick.
Considering at one point I had 3 swords and I ended up briefly down to none. Might keep the spare. For now.
Yes, I can wield a longsword. I don't think I want to. I don't think it would be any good to me.
I don't
Well,
think that is your strength, really.
No. Being a charming, dashing pangolin is...
Of course.
He pats him.
Also, I'm wearing my new armor.
He turns around and you see that the braces that Skith originally wore when you met Skith have been fashioned into a breastplate, and effectively like the back of that is basically wearing what would normally fit around Skith's arms as armor for his torso.
Oh, it looks so good on you.
I miss those.
Wait. Wait. But I only just started wearing them. You can't take these back as well.
No, you can keep them.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
fine. Has anything interesting happened while we're gone?
Well, not massively, but part of the riverbed collapsed.
Oh.
So there was a big wave, and a few buildings got flooded, but other than that,
Is the river alright? Did it level itself out?
well, yeah, there's plenty of water.
Well, I mean, yeah, I like normally if it was just a sinkhole, but I mean, I'd a guess part of an extremely long tunnel collapsed. Would have been kind of awkward if the River of the Dead ended up flowing into the Underdark. And in a certain sense fitting.
I hope that hasn't happened, but that is probably we did see that there was like a tunnel which had been collapsed in, but it looks like it's just full of debris, like a really big tunnel.
Good.
So some people kind of accept that there may have been a steel behemoth now.
Good.
Well, there was.
People should be aware the threat is real. It is definitely still out there.
And well, from what I understand, the town council were very, very keen to not admit that there was a threat. They are aware that you told them there was a threat and then no threat happened. So, well, you weren't here and couldn't talk to them, so I got called in front of the council. And they thanked me. And told me to pass on their thanks for letting them know, but it's gone now.
Good.
I did tell them you probably had something to do with it, but
I don't think it is quite gone.
But it might not
Next
have...
time they... Go ahead.
And I go on.
So next time they offer you thanks, ask them if you can spend that as currency.
Favor has value too.
well, there was no proof that you ran it away or hurt it in any way. Did you hurt it? Did you run it away? I don't...
A little bit of
Complicated.
both. It went away, but maybe not in the way that we wanted it to.
It has a new driver
So-
now.
Pretty sure I can't convince them to pay for that. But they did say that you're more than welcome at all of the fancy functions and balls and whatever.
Your endorsement goes up by 2.
Nice.
It is now 15.
Out of
It's pretty dominating here.
I suppose we can say we gave it a sudden shift in priorities, which in this case is good news. At least for here or us.
Yay? You're being very cryptic.
Aaron! What happened? I felt out of sorts. You were talking some very strange gibberish.
As your horse talks to you telepathically.
Yes, it was...
I couldn't quite make out what you were saying, but it was something about the orphanage nearby.
the... what?
Well, there was an orphanage nearby, and you were telling me something to do with fire, but I couldn't quite make it out before it cut out.
Right, okay, yes. That wasn't me. That was someone interfering with our telepathic link.
That is awkward. I felt strangely compelled to do something.
Well, I'm glad it didn't quite work out. For the best. It's worth knowing that there's ways for people to interfere with our communication. It's for future.
This is troubling. I do not like this city of yours.
Don't blame the city. They're doing their own thing. It's what was threatening the city that was causing the problem.
Also, someone tried to steal me.
How did that go?
Why are you looking at me and the horse? Why is the horse looking at me?
Apparently there was an incident. Someone tried to steal Thunder?
Right.
Did you try to steal Thunder, Pietro?
I don't think Pietro... Pietro doesn't need to steal Thunder. He's riding Thunder now.
Yes. I Eldritch Blast them, and the stones nearby,
Are-
and then they ran away.
Okay, they survived. Good.
I didn't hit them directly, I just kind of blew up the cobblestones at their feet.
Okay, that's fine.
You look very surprised.
I would be.
Also, I asked Saban if he could find you, and he said something really cryptic along the lines of course, which is just a bit odd.
Well, he found us. It was probably for the best.
So, what
Long
now?
as he's on our side.
Well, now I think we need to prepare ourselves. And probably get some more levels in the towers. Whatever's coming next is more powerful than all of us.
Yeah, we barely made it out of that mess by the skin of our teeth.
Arena nods.
And if we want to have a chance of going back there and fixing the mess that we left, more levels is probably what we need. There's some more work to be done in the city, though, first, but we can start making plans for a tower.
I've got some tower time booked in next week, and then the week after.
Which tower?
This one.
Oh,
Oh, that's very good for you. But you have to be careful.
That is why I'm taking a friend.
Who are you taking with you?
Well, I needed someone who is a similar level, who we could trust, and who also knew the Church of the Raven Queen.
oh no.
It's your brother.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Oh, wait, who do you think I meant?
I was worrying it was Blablin.
Wait, is he the same level?
I'm not sure.
He might be now. We could ask Blablin. But he's probably been in this tower.
I wouldn't trust Blablin. Be careful with him.
Now, what's wrong with Blablin?
He has been proven, well, to do whatever is in his best interest. Which
He was very helpful the last time.
only when it
Oh.
benefits him.
Those are the easiest people to convince to do what you want. Just make it seem like it's in their best interest.
I'm not good at that part.
And that is why you have us.
Marina nods and gives some scritches.
I'd say if you want to be able to trust Blablin in a tower, you'd probably have some kind of system where he only gets paid some money if you make it out of the tower alive or something like that.
Oh, I thought you were going to suggest those death rings.
I don't think that would work. It's a little bit intense. Basically,
I mean, you were
make sure.
telling me to put on the death ring.
Basically, make sure. Oh, I was
Oh, well, the other voice of you.
through the book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say the way to make sure that Blablin actually keeps your best interests at heart is if your best interests make him money.
Speaking of money, how are we doing with that?
Arena opens her bag. She'll look through and divulge what is still in there and what is missing.
In terms of gems, all of the tiny, small value gems have gone, but strangely, all of the big ones are actually still there. You've still got like several thousand gold worth of rubies, etc.
Yeah.
Just need
They
to
took-
make sure we pay Saban.
They
Paste
took a
that
lot
in
of
our
stuff,
group
but it
chat.
seems they didn't take our money.
I mean, Arena only had like 2 platinum on her, which I know is a lot, but also compared to the rest of your funds.
Yeah, mine's all in gems. Otherwise, I only had like 6 gold on me. I was carrying mostly gems, which makes sense because I'm a jewel crafter. I just want all the shinies.
Yeah, Arena has like 4,000
Since episode 1, I've been
4,000
like,
a bit gold of gems.
Yeah. Anytime there's gems, I'm like, mine. But
Yeah,
of
we're
course, you guys
okay.
can use the money as much as you want.
Although,
I
bear
do
in mind,
need
the
to
diamond dust is necessary for a revivify.
Yes, I need to keep the diamond dust for all the diamonds. Pretty much, I should keep for revives. But the amethyst, the pearl. I
Pearl
think
is
I need the
necessary
pearl
for
spell.
identify. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the ruby, yellow quartz, and the amethyst we could use for stuff if you want. But we have other funds too. How much do we have in our?
660 platinum.
Okay.
This is a lot of gold.
It's
Yeah.
alright.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Saban is over the other side of the square, buying pastries from a little stand.
Well, go pick a tower, Baron, and see if they can help get us in it.
considering his connections, the Drowned Tower? We need to make some preparations, definitely, to run that one. But it's in the Lumarian Empire. Apart from that,
Sounds
there's
good to me.
alternatives are
We
there's
need to
the
do
Moon
all
Tower
of them.
in
Every tower that we haven't done yet.
well, we just need to do another three times each, really, but in time we could visit them all.
I just worry. We need to go.
Yeah, the important thing is being ready for the challenges ahead.
Well, which one do we want to do first? And maybe I can make us some stuff that will help.
Looking for our sheet.
Drowned
Do
Tower
we
is the
know
one.
who the Herald is?
Drowned Tower is the one we'd have some pull for, and yeah, Perrin also like pulls out the notes and so it's looking. It's like, in
Here
case
we
it
go.
matters, Slarkrethel is apparently the Herald of the Drowned Tower. Never heard of him.
Oh,
Or have I heard of him?
Make a history check.
Sounds like a Dragonborn name almost.
Religion or Arcana might work, but they'd be a lot less. The history DC, okay.
23.
I also roll a history to see what I
Yeah, you can.
because
DC's pretty high.
bookworm. Oh no. I have a +7. Oh, you have a +7 too. Oh,
Arena,
dang.
yeah, you haven't heard of Slarkrethel.
Okay. Makes sense.
Powerful water entity of some kind, powerful spellcaster, whether humanoid or not, whether some sort of primordial thing or not, it was something that would kind of prey on shipping and was able to kind of manipulate the sea around it, and had been a threat for quite some time before the cataclysm happened. But also, they had pretty strong ties to Umberly in one way or another. Beyond that, you don't really know.
So Perrin reads out the names like Slarkrethel. Rings a bell. Some kind of. There was some tales of old, like, sea monster attacks or storms or something. Some kind of, monster of the ocean that I guess Umberly thought would be suitable to represent. Definitely lends itself to the idea the tower's full of water-based things, though I'm pretty sure we already knew that.
And they're a sorcerer as well.
Well,
Also, I'm
sorcerer
thinking
might.
that maybe I will make us some water-breathing things if we're going to go there.
Yes, definitely. Potions of water breathing, maybe particularly strong ones, and
Oh no potions of water breathing. Maybe something that you can wear.
also works. I might be able to do without, depending.
Why would you be able to do without? Did you get something new that you haven't shown?
I'll need to do some
He's like
testing.
looking at his gear.
We'll also need something to deal with pressure. Probably not for the tower, but definitely for other business we might have in the area.
Right.
But that's, it's tough in its own way. But if we can find a way to survive the pressure, we can go through the cube and see what we find in there. Presumably some kind of safe house, but then safe is a relative term, and also sometimes specific to a person.
I've seen these big devices. They almost look like a keg, but it is made and it walks and it does things.
Can we send it through a teleportation cube?
I believe so. You drive it, so you have to be inside of it. But I think it
Suppose-
can only hold like 2 people.
Suppose we can look into it.
Maybe we could rent one.
They might have something like that in the area.
Right.
There's gonna be a way to survive down there, or it wouldn't have been used. Then again, it's also got to be difficult enough that no one can stumble across it, so, We'll find a way. We'll work it out.
We just need some very large bubbles.
In essence. Speaking of towers, now that we got back the cup, we do need to go visit the ruined pillar at some point. And thanks to this information, we can get a couple more leads on what kind of towers might be good for the kind of work we might want to do. Like the Sunspire. If Bahamut's spending all his time on an island in the middle of the Dawn Ocean, then there might not be anyone watching that tower either. But it's hard to say exactly how that works. Whether they're aware of what's going on in the tower, even if they're not there and they're able to quickly return, that kind of thing. The Ruined Pillar's the most likely to work, I suspect, but Sunspire could also be a thing. And, I mean, the Soul Spire, as it turned out, someone was paying attention in that case.
Well,
we
whatever
should
we
check
decide.
that room.
In hindsight, yes, but at the time we didn't know what we were dealing with. Now we know. Turns out it probably would have been safe, but it might not have been.
We should have gone.
Arena looks at Skin.
Well, we can make sure we have another chance. We can go to the Ruined Pillar, say we're doing a loot run where we're going to leave halfway through. They'll be none the wiser.
All right then.
I
The cup
suppose.
might have other purposes too, so might be able to do things a little faster than we originally thought.
Pern has a sudden thought. Does he know what happens if you complete a tower floor on a tower where you have 3 levels? Like, is there just no marking ceremony? So does that mean you, don't get any of your stuff back? You don't get, the effects of a long rest or anything?
No, you get the marking ceremony, but you just don't actually achieve anything from it. There's still a chance that you might get boons or whatever, but you don't get any level. But you can still use it if you use it to kind of jump subclass, like if you jump your Paladin Oath or your Cleric domain. Those can be still used to change them, because the process is the same. It doesn't seem to then do anything with your level up.
So you still
don't get a
get
level up.
your things refreshed, but then your exhaustion.
Yeah.
There's still a moment where you pass out and then wake up, but you're just the same level. Okay. That's good then, because Perrin was like, wait a minute, because we've done the Ruined Pillar, does this mean we get to the end of it and all our stuff would still be expended?
That would suck.
That's alright. Yeah, so definitely Ruined Pillar at some point, but it's not critically urgent. Wouldn't want to wait too long, though. I want to get back to Rendry with what we can get from there and see what we can work out.
At this point, Saban walks back over with a whole bunch of bear claws.
Arena will take one.
So, you aren't paying me enough for that. That'll be 2 silver.
She'll give him 2 silver.
hands over all the bear claws. The one Arena gets is still a normal sized bear claw, so it does look pretty damn large.
We've been talking, and we're thinking we might want to have a go at the Drown Tower soon.
Yes. Well. Oh, you wish me to use my connections and my services to get you in?
If you can pull some strings to make things easier in terms of schedule, money would be nice too.
Unless I have very good connections in even the new leadership, it's unlikely I will be able to get you a discount. But I might be able to get you on the list
New
and get you
leadership.
moved up.
Yeah. New leadership. What
The
do you mean by
Lemurian
that?
Empire. Of course.
The Lemurian Empire's held the Drown Tower for a while, hasn't it?
Little while. It's only existed for 50 years or so.
Interesting.
Arena's
Ah,
will remember that.
yes. I have a very youthful appearance. But do not worry. I have enough scars of a lifetime to benefit you with my experience.
I can appreciate the assistance of an old man in a young man's profession.
A young man's profession?
Everyone gets crossed eventually, unless they're particularly good at their job.
Not if you cross them first.
Either way, I'm glad that you're on our side.
Exactly. And on that note, your retainer payment runs out shortly.
Right.
Just a reminder. But for now, you wish me to talk with some of my contacts at the Drowned Tower.
Anything you can get us out of that, we'd appreciate.
Very well. It might be a little easier if you were a little more successful with your hobnobbing and your tournaments. Likewise, there was some dinner parties where I may have insulted someone.
Yes, we'll see if we can make a little bit more progress on that front.
Excellent. In which case, I shall go unless there is anything else you need.
I'll look to the others if they have anything.
Marina's like,
A lot of things, but that will be okay.
Well, provided that your scaly friend does not need anything either. should let
Maybe
off.
just some of those pastries I saw you getting. I'll get them myself, though.
No, I got enough for everyone. That was what the 2 silver was for.
He's handed everyone a pastry.
Ooh.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Arena gave him 2
delicious.
silver. I removed it from my character sheet.
In which case, I shall head off immediately.
See you around. Thanks for the help.
Of course.
Just walks off down an alleyway nearby, whichever the nearest alleyway is. You just see
While
him
he
go down.
walks away, Arena's like,
Still want to know how he found us.
Maybe he has our blood.
He might have your blood.
yeah, Arena looks at it.
Something to think about at a future date. Right now, he's doing us a favor. Works for me.
I think I'm going to go see what information I can find about the Drowned Tower, if that is where we're headed next. Maybe I will create some items that will help us.
When were we supposed to have an audience with Bahamut?
Was there a schedule to it, or was it just an open offer?
It was, they would contact you nearer the time and have a discussion.
We've got a couple of
I'm fine
appointments.
then. I could use some rest in an actual bed.
Yes. I only woke up like 20 minutes ago and I already feel like I need a nap.
I'm going to go nurse my wounds. I got stabbed in the stomach, you know. You almost died, Baron.
Oh, yes.
Several times.
It was
Hmm.
way too close, way too many times. I really shouldn't be standing here now. Someone's smiling down on me. I'm not sure who, to be honest, at this point.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Baron looks down. You can't see it because, he's got it covered, but, the mark of Erithis welded into his skin.
Well, maybe if you didn't go offending people, you would know.
One way or another, I think I was heading down that path. It definitely didn't help myself. I'm still alive, so there's that for now.
So does that mean maybe you won't be trying to enact vengeance?
It's complicated.
It always is with you.
And Arena looks at you a little suspiciously, but doesn't say anything. But your insight is probably higher than her bluff.
I'm not going to get started on your relationship with your god.
Well,
My mistress loves me.
you've done a lot for my god. You've been helping with the Church of the Raven Queen for a while now.
I know. I believe in their mission. It's just these things are messy, right? In their own ways. The bear looks at all of us and our various god situations that are all weird as hell.
Everyone's path is different. But no matter what, the matron will see your soul.
I hope so.
I think the
I
tree
know.
will be seeing my soul before that.
Nods uncomfortably.
I'd better go watch her.
Speaking of the tree, I wonder how our inn is doing.
They'll barely had a chance to set up at this point, but it's worth checking in. We don't have free passage back there yet, though. Maybe I should have had Saban bring us to New Dearth. But in the moment, I thought it was best to bring us back to where Pietro and Thunder are, and where we left off from. One thing we could do, we could head back down into Skinface's lair. There might be some stuff we missed.
We could.
I might sit that one out. We had to wade through sludge to get there.
Well, at least we won't be wading through sludge with strange magical mind effects assaulting us.
Sure. If you say so.
I think it's definitely worth a look. Now that the behemoth has left, it's only a matter of time before someone tries venturing down there and actually succeeds, rather than, not emerging again. And the vault is open, so... Well, I mean, the main part of the vault burned.
I think we probably got most of the valuables that were available. But if you'd like to go check it out, I guess we can.
If you're going, we should all go together.
Well, we can just comb it over for materials. I don't think we'll get much out of it.
All right then.
And we need to see if we can get a little bit more pull in the Lumerian Empire. And there's probably a lot of avenues of research to go down, especially after our conversations with,
You can do the influencing part. I will do the research.
I think I might have my own things to do for a little bit, but I'll get to it as soon as I've got the time.
All right.
Marina's looking at him suspiciously. How's he doing?
Okay. To our respective tasks, I suppose.
Marina nods.
Okay. So, what are your respective tasks? You won't have any extra time this week because by the time you start doing week stuff this week, you won't be able to really have enough time that on a day off you go pop down into, the depths of the tunnels looking for Skin Face's lair. Because it is quite late in the week already. It's, we're getting on to Towers Day right now.
Tuesday, right?
Yeah,
So-
but normally you're meant to work Monday, Tuesday, etc. So you would have time next week. If someone just wanted to pop down, you could do it at the beginning of next week.
Okay.
Or, I'd say if someone's to pop down now, you probably could. You'd just have, like, a little penalty on whatever roll you make for the week.
Ooh.
It would take you a chunk to go down, look around, grab whatever you feel necessary, and then leave again.
I could do it.
There are 7 seals, right?
6, and then the sword was called the 7th seal, but it was sort of really just a patch on the 6th seal, was the idea.
Okay. I was looking at my cloak, and it says that it was woven of midnight, and it said that the mistress of weave, Mistra, made it. She wove it well, and it's got 7 charges, and it gives us fractured knowledge, and she's fractured, which makes sense, but I don't know if the number of charges is relevant to how many fractures part she's in, maybe, which would point more towards the seals rather than the towers. Maybe I'm just reading into it too much, because I was thinking about legend loring the cloak, and I was like, have I done that before? I don't remember if I've done the cloak itself.
I think we
I don't
legend
think
lored
so.
the cloak.
I think that was the first time you did. That's that one, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of, should I legend lore something in my spare
We did
time?
the dagger.
I don't know what
we
else
did
I'd be
the
doing.
Empress.
We need to get more endorsement
Yeah,
in the
we did it
Lumerian
on the
Empire.
cloak first. Yeah.
Okay.
The
But there's
key,
definitely candidates for legend loring too.
the feather and the sword. Yeah.
Actually, a good point. Where is that cloak?
Yeah, we do. We are going to meet with Bahamut at some point, but whenever they call to us, basically. We don't know when.
Perrin will also taste the gang, because I think he didn't get to this before evil Corvidbot started chasing them down, but we'll say, by the way, Arena, we did find out the one we believe to be Rakdos is almost certainly not Rakdos. We heard from our friend Killian that Rakdos is dead. I believe super dead was the term used. And according to the notes about the heralds we found in Skinface's vault, the actual herald of the traveling tower is called Solitaire. So it's presumably the men that we met on the place that I can't remember the name of. Freeport. And he only ever referred to himself as the head of the cult of Rakdos. We suspected maybe that wasn't his name, so now we know. He is Solitaire, and he's heading the cult of Rakdos despite Rakdos being super dead. And he's not at his post.
Gave me a Rakdos charm.
Well, I guess it's a Solitaire charm. You probably still get a similar amount of credibility amongst, supernatural beings for defeating him at chess.
I think that might be one of my greatest achievements.
I'd say so. They could put that in your legend lore.
I didn't even cheat that time.
You did have performance-enhancing drugs.
Yes, that I paid blood for. I got them from their own city.
How you pay for them doesn't really change the fact that you used them. But
it was a fair deal.
I'd call it reasonable. He had the upper hand, supernatural being and all that. You had to even
Who's
the
to say
playing
that
field.
he didn't drink some weird blood potion as well?
Yes. When you buff up for a tower and drink a potion, is that cheating there as well?
I don't ask the gods about that, because so far they haven't stopped us.
So you do think it is cheating?
I mean, it's up to the gods what is and isn't cheating in the towers, and so far, aid and the like is allowed, so works for me.
Whatever. Let's just go.
All right, what's everyone up to?
I try for endorsements, I guess, if I can. That will help.
You will have to travel back to the Empire, and we'll have to pay for it. But it's
Sure.
But once it's done and we actually have the endorsement, then we get free travel and we're good.
Okay.
And now we don't have Saban on it rolling nat ones over and over. We should get there soon.
I can't really do research yet until we have a place where I can do research, right?
You can do basic research, but you wouldn't be able to do kind of like the research that is only doable in some of the most like restricted archives or whatever. You do have so much endorsement in the Dead Cities that you have access to like the Raven Queen's stuff.
What about the Drowned Tower stuff?
I mean, the Drowned Tower is a tower that is relatively well known about. Like, it depends. If you're looking for something like secret or whatever, then no. If you want to know kind of what to prepare.
What we're looking for is like what to prepare, because Rena wants us to be prepared. So while they're doing,
I mean, you don't need to research that. That's something that you would either know, or even if you didn't know it, because Arena is a little bit of a local, you could easily ask. Like, you could ask a few people around who you have as contacts, and someone will know, whether it is Bridget Rosenworth, whether it is any of the other people at the Church of the Raven Queen. It could even be Arathane, but someone will kind of tell you the very basics, or hell, it would be in... You've actually got Garrus Grail's book, which gives advice to tower climbers. It will say in that... let me do my tooltip thing.
Just because in the past I've had to do research, and for instance, like we knew all the mine weird stuff in that one.
Yeah. Where is it? Map. Tooltip read. There we go. Boop. The Drowned Tower. A lot of combat tends to be underwater, holding your breath. There tends to be swimming, diving, underwater challenges and constraints. Most creatures tend to be those that would have underwater habitats or on-water habitats. Puzzles are often complicated by the slowing effect of being underwater, having to retrieve items. There tends to be, gloom, etc., from being deep underwater with very few light sources. Oceanic weather, sailing cold, rain, typhoons and monsoons, storms, to an extent. There can even be things that require or need ideally a swimming ability. And obviously underwater breathing does tend to feature heavily at the higher levels. And pressure is a thing. Giraskrell's book, which I think Karen has a copy of, so you do have it, does mention that some of the common items include things like potions of water breathing spell, if you have it, pressure capsules, which are a common item, which makes basically the effects of crushing underwater pressure be not an issue. It just completely negates it. You just don't suffer from underwater pressure. There's also stuff like breathing bubbles, which are kind of like a temporary kind of basically a bubble you wear on your head. Giraskrell does mention in the more high-level tiers, which you're getting into, that relying purely on one method of breathing, it's best to have a backup, whether it be a potion of water breathing or whether it be a breathing bubble or whatever. There have been occasions where people have had water breathing as a spell cast on them, and then it's become dispelled. They've been in the tower, and they've only been relying on that, and so they've drowned. So water breathing spell is definitely great, but it might be worth having backups. You do already have some water breathing potions, though.
Okay.
And pressure capsules are a common item. They're readily available, especially down there.
Okay. Then Arena will find us some pressure capsules and maybe create some bubbles for us if she can.
Yeah.
If that's a common.
The water breathing bubbles. Let me check. I think I posted them. Cap of water breathing. Yes, otherwise known as breathing bubbles. I don't have it in my list there with the full details. I'll pull up the details.
Okay. And then if there's anything for cold that we can utilize, and then
I mean, you did have some cold weather gear,
stuff.
etc., but cold weather gear obviously is kind of thick furs and stuff, doesn't work underwater. Cold resistance, you tend to be looking at rare items for resistances that would fall outside of your ability. You might be able to buy them, but cap of water breathing. An uncommon item. That's a different one. This uncommon item means that you can just breathe underwater fine. There's also breathing bubbles, which I'm looking for now. Breathing bubble. It would cost 50 gold to buy. If you made it, you would need to have the blueprint, which is uncommon, but you could make the uncommon blueprint. Alternatively, obviously, you can buy them at 50 gold each.
And if I make them, that'll cost...
It'll cost you half and take quarter time, isn't it? Or is it the other way
Yeah.
around? Quarter cost, half to... I can't remember which. Yeah.
I'll
But obviously, you need to make the blueprint.
keep
The
it.
blueprint would be an uncommon item.
Okay. How long would the blueprint take me to make?
As an uncommon item, it would take a week normally, or 2 weeks normally. 2 weeks normally for an uncommon item, I believe. I'll double check that. Magical item creation. Magic item. Creating a magic item.
Takes you a quarter of the normal time, and it costs you half. So I think we had it.
Okay, yeah, cost you half. I don't want Xanathars. I want... there we go. Crafting. Uncommon will take you 2 work weeks, and it takes you what? Did you say half the normal time? It'll take you 1 week.
Quarter of the normal time.
Quarter of the normal time, half the price.
Or common and uncommon. But you said that's...
Yeah, it would take you half a week then to make the blueprint, and it would cost you... At half cost, I'd say 200 gold to make the blueprint for breathing bubbles, but then you'd have the ability to just make breathing bubbles whenever you wanted. And each breathing bubble has an hour of breathable air. And it is basically a helmet. Just bubble, bloop, and you sit inside it.
All right. I think we want to do that? What do you guys think?
Yes.
Hmm.
Breathing bubble potions.
Well,
Oh,
they're
a
not
blueprint.
potions. They're like an item. The potion, we already have water breathing potions. This
We have
breathing bubble is like
one
a magic
apiece.
item.
Yeah, we
Right.
need that, and then we need some pressure pills as well, which I'm assuming they will probably just sell there. Since
Fresh
people
capsules
probably
are again 50 gold apiece.
yeah, they probably load up on them before they go in there.
50 gold a piece. How many do we want to buy of those, you guys think?
6. And then if we have leftovers and we don't end up using them, then we can use them when we teleport.
I'm going to remove the 2 yellow quartz that I have that are worth 500 gold, then E. And that's how I'll pay for those if that's fine.
Okay,
Or
so
one, I'll get rid of 1 because that's worth 500 gold. Sorry.
500. Okay. So, I'm just gonna get a
If-
pen.
If I'm allowed.
Yeah. Gems are easy to buy and sell.
1 yellow quartz. And I will get the ingredients I need for the blueprint and the breathing bubbles. So I will make those myself.
Yeah.
And then for the capsules, I'm paying for
Blueprint,
6
yeah.
of them.
With them being common, the actual like specialist ingredient you would need is so readily available that that's not a problem. The money for them, it would be 200 for the blueprint, and that will take half a week. And then how many of the breathing breathing bubbles did you want to make?
Breathing bubbles.
Because you
I
can
like
make it's normally 1 work week, but because you quarter it, you can make 2 in the remainder of the week in addition to the
Okay.
blueprint.
Yeah, I'll make 2.
Okay, and that would cost 50 gold total. So in 1 week you can make the blueprint and 2 breathing bubbles and have 250 gold left of that for next week.
Okay.
So Arena gets to work. Also, what lifestyle are you living in the meantime?
I mean, I don't need anything fancy. I'll use,
Yeah. I would probably say that to get the common ingredients for free, you'd probably need a minimum lifestyle of something, but let me just pull up the list here of downtime actions.
So it's 200 GP for the blueprint, and then how much do I have to pay per each bubble?
It's half price, so it's normally 50 gold, so it'd be 25 each, so you'd get 2 bubbles.
25 GP
So
per
you'd have
bubble.
250 gold left.
And then the capsules are 50 GP per.
If you want to buy them, do you want to buy them straight?
Can I make the capsules?
Yeah, you need to do the same again, though. You need to come up with a blueprint, which would be probably slightly more expensive, but only slightly. It might be 300 gold for you. But that would take half
don't
a
know.
week.
What do you guys think? Should I make the blueprint for that or just buy those straight up? Blueprint means I can make more of them if we need more capsules.
Blueprints are cool.
Okay, so 300 GP for the blueprint.
Okay,
So
in
that
which
means
case you'll need to sell another
I
gem.
would need to spend more. Yeah, so I have 1 gem. We'll pay for the blueprints for both. And then I need... How long does the bubble last?
Bubble lasts an hour. And each bubble lasts an hour, and you wear them like a helmet. The pressure capsules last until the next long rest.
Okay, so we're gonna make 6. I think we might want to make more bubbles. Cobalt.
Might,
They only last an hour.
yeah, might need more.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The
How many
difference
we
is
think?
That's the
in
same
how
as a
they work,
potion.
by the way, is that a potion of water breathing means you're still breathing the water. So if there is like poison in the water, you will be taking that in. If you are using a breathing bubble, you aren't breathing the water. You're breathing the air in the bubble, which is why it's limited to an
Yeah.
hour. So there is a slight difference. If there is kind of an effect that requires it to be in the water and you to then take that in, the bubble does negate it.
Okay.
How does the Tranquil Hall work in the Drowned Tower?
Gira Scroll's book does indicate that it is normal and safe, etc., as the rest of them. So it would presumably still be not underwater.
Cool. Good.
If you were an aquatic species going in, it might actually be underwater, though. It is basically considered it will be safe for whoever you are.
Maybe they have like knee-high water so that water-based creatures can just stay in there.
Or the fountain in the middle is actually kind of replaced with a giant paddling pool.
Yeah.
Can I break up my quartz? Actually, no. Can I just borrow another 300 gold from the group monies to pay for the...
You only need 50 more because you had 250 left off the first one. If you get 50 more, then you have the extra blueprint. But this is still kind of like, this would be next week. So if you want to just deal with the...
Well, the one yellow quartz will pay for both blueprints. And then for the other, if we want to do 6 bubbles and 6 capsules, that's another 300 gold. And I don't have like a gem worth 300 gold. So we could just pay for it
that
from
would
the
take
funds.
you some time, I think, because you can make 4 items in the week if they're common items. So that would take you 4 weeks in total to do all of that, I believe.
Yeah, how long are you guys going to take for your stuff?
I mean, I think we take just 1 week at a time. So just let me know what you want for this week.
Oh, okay. This week
Yeah.
we'll do... Okay, fine. This week we'll do the bubble. And
the blueprint
I'll do the blueprint for that.
Okay, so...
And if I can make any...
Yeah. If you want to make the blueprint for the breathing bubble and make 2 breathing bubbles, that'll cost you 250 gold. So you'd have 250 gold left of that first yellow quartz. And I will add to the blueprints. You now
so you
have your
250 gold left of that.
yeah, because it'll only cost you
Gotcha.
250 gold in total, so you'd have 250 left. Arena has a breathing
Blueprint.
bubble
2 bubbles.
blueprint.
And then
You would also need to pay for your accommodation. I'd probably see you need to go...
7, right?
I'd say probably to get effectively free material included for these items, so you don't have to worry about actually trying to procure common level ingredients. I'd probably say comfortable, because that will rope in the cost of effectively having these things in supply. Because normally you would require the actual magical essence or ingredient or whatever, since they are common. That's 14 gold for that one. And you can actually...
For one week, I have to pay
1
14
week.
gold.
Yep. That's comfortable
I'll just
level.
take that out of my sheet. So I do bank bot.
And I assume...
GM, right?
Assume for like ease, you take over the one that Skith was using for a while, because he had a comfortable room for a little while.
How much is it? 17?
14
14 gold or silver?
gold.
Oh, I don't even have that one.
You should have 250 left from the broken up yellow quartz.
I mean, we could always take it from the party ledger too.
Oh, you're saying put the 250 there. Okay, transaction reason. Living.
It didn't send the 17 gold. Did you write GP?
Yeah,
No space?
no space. I'll do it again.
Did it bork? Because it's borked before and not registered, right?
This one shouldn't walk in this way. The thing's still running. There we go.
There we go. Wait, that's 17.
Oh, give me back some gold.
Just put 3 extra gold on your sheet. But Skith had a room, which was at the same inn. So do you want to just take that one over for now?
Sure.
Okay. In which case,
Swapsies.
Your room now looks like a hot mess. There's like
Well, Skis
stuff
headed out of
everywhere.
town. That's why I'm saying the room is free.
I was
yeah, he
drying
doesn't
fish
know.
in it.
I'm just
Smells
saying
like
if he comes
fish.
back.
It does smell like fish. But
Raina doesn't mind
also
that.
there is a small chest just sitting in the corner on a table.
Oh, I'm opening the chest.
It does
Or
not
at least
seem
inspecting
to
it.
open. It does have a lock, and as you kind of go up to it and kind of push and prod, it does seem to be pretty well locked. But this is a pretty small chest. It's kind of dinky, maybe like yay big. Pretty
I
heavy.
do like unlocking locks. Is that something I can do? Is like
Yes, you can attempt
Just
to do
stick
so.
your key in it.
Yeah, do
I
you
know, I
even need
thought
to
about it.
lockpick, or do you just be like, chick, with the magic key of opening all doors?
oh yeah, what is my key? Let me look at the key again. What does
It's
say?
got
I think
a
it only
spell,
really
hasn't
works
it,
in
that's
tower.
like-
It has the knock spell, yeah.
Yeah. Let me double check. And I'm attuned to it right now.
Yeah. So you are able to use that.
That only works if I use so do I get all the awakened stuff plus the exalted stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
If it all stacks.
Okay. I mean, yeah, if knock works.
So do you use it to cast knock?
No, does it even see the yeah, I will. That sounds
Okay.
fine. Also, the
Arena
first time I'm using the key.
Pulls
Nice.
out the key,
She takes
looks
the key out.
around, and puts it up to the lock. Like, the key is probably slightly the wrong shape, but for some reason, the key seems to slightly contort, and you turn it, and there's a loud and
Top.
the top opens just a crack.
I just opened Pandora's box and now the world is ending. No, I'm just kidding.
It was planted by the new dawn. We've released Tharizdun
He looks-
again.
She looks in, peeks in.
There appears to be one kind of big, chunky gem of some kind. It appears to be kind of slightly, very faintly kind of a blue, silver, pearlescent kind of sheen to it. And you can kind of see multiple kind of fractal patterns within the surface. Kind of like something that was somewhere in between diamond and quartz, but with a kind of faint blue sheen to it. But you can also see kind of ripples of different colors.
Can I try to identify what the gem is?
Sure, if you want to place your hand against it and just identify.
Yeah.
What's your perception, by the way?
I have a +5 to it. My passive is 15.
15. Actually, with a 15, as soon as you're kind of like, and you step forwards and you see kind of what is in here, you also note there is a tiny corner of piece of paper underneath the chest.
I read it.
It has one word in it. Killian.
Oh, Killian. Interesting.
It is really kind of shoddy writing. I gotta say, Killian's penmanship maybe not the best.
Checking my gems?
As you touch the kind of strangely formed gem, as you go to cast Identify,
Mm-hmm.
you feel kind of a kind of tingle of power in there.
Ooh.
A very faint sensation that you felt somewhere before, as you kind of instantly want to know more about this, and you start casting Identify. And that begins to pull more and more information out as you become enraptured by what this might hold. Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no, is this like a crystal from the tower? Okay. You want me to make a wisdom save? Is this magical? Do I get advantage on this?
It is yes, I would say yes for this one.
$20.
doing balance, it probably wouldn't have been, but let's say, yeah. 20. As you're like being pulled into this and wanting to know more and more and more, you realize that you finished the identify spell quite some time ago. But you've just been kind of lingering, holding on to the last vestiges of information, going over them in your mind. And it's maybe not been 11 minutes. It's probably been closer to like 20, 25. And it's only as you realize this that your awareness comes to you. You're like, wait a minute. The information you get is that whatever this isn't really compatible with your identify spell, but it is something very powerful. It is capable of just producing magical energy to an extent. It has a faint awareness within it. You can kind of perceive that there is some sort of sentience to it or within it. And there is a huge amount of magical energy or potential in this item. Also, with your passive perception, as you're now kind of paying attention to this, you realize that this box is very, very heavily warded. You also realize that it's probably just covered in traps, but for some reason, they didn't go off because you used your key, maybe. But yeah, this box is very heavily magical.
As soon as Arena realizes it's got some sentience, and she's like,
Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I just got curious.
and she closes the box.
With your passive perception,
Oh.
you do note like faint wisps of whatever this kind of gem is, just seemingly coming off of it, almost like very faint, very, very faint powder of like diamond dust, almost kind of becoming aerosolized, and just very faint wisps of it that seem to be kind of making their way outside of the box and away. And as you kind of close it,
She
that
tries
wisp
to
cuts off. A little bit just seems to disappear, but
closes it, and she looks around at like where some of it went. She's like,
You should come back.
it disappears. It kind of spreads out into nothingness. However,
Oh, no.
as soon as you close the
What did I
box,
do?
it does go cluck.
Arena's gonna find a better hiding place for this box.
Okay.
Yeah.
You feel free to put it in your bag of holding or something. Put it on your sheet.
Okay.
Mysterious warded box.
Yeah. I'll have
And
that
then put below
conversation.
it mysterious magical crystal.
Okay. I'll have to talk to Skith about it. Maybe we can put it on your staff.
I'm gonna try to jam it into my cloak.
Oh, interesting. I don't know how you're gonna jam it.
The inside of it feels like you can reach through it or something. So I'm just gonna be like,
Oh.
get in there.
Maybe I can help you with that or something. I don't know.
I'm just like, how did they get this? I know what this is. How did they get it? They shouldn't be able to get it.
If you were there, I would tell you something that you already know about this, but
Okay.
Well, like we've seen those big gems, so I wonder if I could just, as a jewel crafter, take a chunk off of it. I have to like survive that.
Getting
What
more
have you
fraction, Skiff. Help.
We'll slowly put Mister back together again. It's like Humpty Dumpty.
Skid, someone's hitting a chunk of me with a hammer. I'm gonna recall that piece.
so you may set to your week of building stuff.
Yeah.
Perrin, are
The
you
room
still in
is a hot mess
Vihiras?
I'm staying in Vihiras.
Okay. What are you doing?
I wanted to spend that little time to loot Skinface's base for anything
Okay.
useful.
You go down to Skimface's base. You note instantly that there is one thing as soon as you walk in that is missing, because you kind of pointed it out.
I
Can
do.
you guess what it is?
Skin Face's body.
Is it... Oh, is it full of water? No.
There is certainly some water here, and there is now a hole in the other side that seems to go on and on and on.
Like,
Part of it has collapsed. But
Has it been looted already since we've last seen it?
as part of this, just because I don't want you to have to fight like some CR1 looters, like, yes, there are some looters in here, but also you can easily scare them away, kill them, whatever. They are not even worth mentioning in your story because
Okay.
they are so far beneath you.
Parent had already considered this possibility, which is why he did go down there in the mask.
Okay. Oh no! It's the hobby horse buyer! Quick! We shall away! No. They see you in the mask. Do you let them live? Do you just intimidate them? Do they run? Tell me how this happens, because they are so beneath your notice.
I let him run.
Okay, they run. You do note, however, that casket that you found a body in, skeleton, is no longer there.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
The vampire-looking person.
And there is a hastily scribbled note.
What does the note say?
Took my share of the loot, gave you that weird box thing that I couldn't see inside of. Killian.
Oh,
You don't see a weird box thing.
wait, where was that box when we came
It
by?
was in Skinface's vault, and it
Right.
seemed to be impossible for Killian to see through, and seemingly very, very resistant to the flames.
What was Skinface doing with that? I was thinking this was like something Asmodeus related, but apparently some random crime lord under PRS just had a chunk of Mistra in a box in his plumbing vault.
You do also find a melted pool of what looks like gold and silver,
In the
which is heavily melted from the room that you had was trapped and set on fire, and basically melted everything in it.
is it like recoverable or not worth the trouble?
Make me a strength roll. Just
Okay.
athletics. Just you're basically
Sorry.
pulling up what is now a plate of mixed precious metal.
Okay. 11.
11. The bit that is recoverable is probably worth about 400 GP.
Okay.
Just consider it 400 GP because you can just split
I
it and sell
imagine
it
that,
quite
like,
easily.
you know, I can grab it, I can take it to a guy, I can be like, how much, and yada yada, and okay.
It's not really worth us going into the details of how you exactly get the gold out of this, but you can probably just sell it
Yeah,
for 400 gold.
works.
You find the teleportation circle. It is intact. Although there do appear to be kind of like weird scorch marks around it. Actually, no, there are weird scorch marks somewhere else, because where did you use the teleportation cube? It was outside, wasn't it?
I think we'd step back outside, yeah.
Yeah, there are weird scorch marks around exactly where you'd use the teleportation cube.
Okay, so is that a side effect of his teleporting, or is that a side effect
normally.
of where...
Not normally.
Or is it, yeah, is that a side effect of the fact that the teleportation circle has since been destroyed might have sort of reflected back on its most recent...
Make a survival check
Okay, survival check.
to interpret these scorch marks.
11.
They look like they're directional. So it looks like they only come out from one direction. of where the teleportation cube kind of the door appeared. And it looks like awfully like kind of like footsteps or something. It looks like, as far as you can tell, people seem to have all... They didn't just come out of it. They seem to have gone through the center of the teleportation cube, where you placed it, and then continued walking. Like they weren't actually teleported. You do see signs of there is disturbance on the ground. A couple of very faint marks on the ground as well. Little claw marks, just very faint ones, as if something with claws walked briskly. And there were quite a few of them. And they were trying to move at a pace. And then as they hit the center of the teleportation cube's portal, they were kind of singed in some way. And then there were kind of those same footprints, but with now soot and kind of ash.
So is it kind of like if a portal had been opened to that spot and people burst through it, but then they were stopped?
No, because if they burst through it, you just see footsteps of ash and soot. But that's only if they had those on their feet. What you're seeing is there are signs of people walking to the center and then just still walking through it, like they didn't get teleported for some reason. But whatever didn't teleport them also seemingly burnt them and covered them in soot and ash.
So like something tried to go from here into the behemoth?
Seemingly.
Were there a bunch of invisible blooming Duragar just chilling in Skinface's base with us? No, that can't be right.
Something tried to go through and seemingly didn't and was somehow singed by it.
Do teleportation cubes have any kind of limitations on who passes through?
As far as you're aware with your cube, you have the details on it.
I'm so confused.
It's fine. You also find some miscellaneous goods around, which you can probably sell for, I want to say about 500 gold. Some of it has been nicked, but there is some bits and pieces around here you can sell.
Should I just mark off 500 gold or 500 gold's worth of gubbins?
Just add 500 golds to whatever ledger you want.
I just add the money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you interested in selling illegal goods?
How illegal?
There is some blue crystal substance in little packets and vials and sachets.
Oh no, I'm not selling that.
Like
I'll
the
buy
difference
it.
between all of our characters. My character would be like, no, immediately. Perrin's like, how evil? Skit's like, yes.
I don't
You
think
just
I don't
conflated
think I'm
evil and
addicted
illegal.
anymore.
That's not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Sorry, I meant illegal. Not evil. Illegal is evil to Arena, so.
You need to take
But
Arena to
tech
like
heresy.
the shit atrophy and be like, it's illegal to be good. And she's like, being good is evil. Oh no, my worldview.
If Perrin finds that stuff, he's gonna be like, I'm not selling that, I'm not distributing that into the world. And then he's gonna be like, it did allow Skith to beat Solitaire at chess though, so he does stash it somewhere in Skinface's base so that maybe later he could come back and get it if, we need Skith to become a, super genius.
Cool.
Or maybe in like a bit of the sewers, like outside of Skinface's base.
Okay. There's also a lot of defleshed bodies, along with some cages, some chains. It looks like some people were kept in. You do find... Make me an investigation roll.
Ten.
Um,
I'm really not doing well today.
no.
in this.
Not really.
I was hoping for a triple 11.
Let me check. Or Dead cities.
Oh god, they weren't making those drugs out of Mistra, were they?
Dead cities.
It's one way to get closer to your god.
Like, he's got a box
Snorting
with a
'em.
Mistra chunk in him, and he's got a large amount
been
of
snorting it.
the blue brain drugs.
Oh yeah.
Technically, I've been smoking her, but
Have people been smoking
could
Oh
be-
yeah,
Mistra
you have my
dust?
bong, right?
yeah,
Ah,
yeah,
I took the drugs from you though, didn't we? Didn't we take the drugs
yeah. You took my drugs.
Oh, do you
I
still
haven't
have-
I
had
think they're
drugs
gone
in
now, though.
months.
Oh, they
from you? I
might-
think those are gone. I don't see them on my sheet.
Oh no.
What'd you do to my drugs,
I'm
Arena?
I'm sorry.
the body of Zuzum has a potion of healing on it.
I'll grab that.
Fair enough. And that is it. Sorry.
Okay. Perrin's definitely hoping that some small legend starts passing around where like Skinface's base has been taken over by a faceless man, a complete inverse of what it was before.
Make an intimidation check as you scare the looters off. You roll really well.
Well, like if I'm wearing this mask for certain business, it's not a bad idea to make a reputation.
6.
6, never
Oh
mind.
no.
This is not a natural 1, but it was a 2 to make a 6. They're scared off enough. You probably have to like stab one or two slightly. Well, I guess it's the hammer. I guess you just kind of smash it at their feet and they're knocked over a few times and then they leave, but they aren't
Okay.
really overly scared. They're just aware that you're tough.
Okay. Big
They
guy
kinda shout
hammer, no
insults as you-
face.
Yeah,
Cause
like
it
you're
trouble.
looting and you hear insults coming down the sewer from distance. Is your face so ugly you have to hide it? I did. They're not really that scared, but they do definitely recognize that you are tough.
Okay.
So,
It works.
do you wish to do anything for the rest of the week?
Yes. So, as I was saying, Perrin goes to train.
Yeah, okay.
By
With
as I
the
was
book?
saying, I mean in July. But let's do it. We're back, just picking up where we left off. Yeah, Perrin finds some like secluded open area to practice his fighting with. And he tests out the new hammer and a couple of other things too. He's learned a couple things about himself, like the fact he can walk on walls. That's a new thing. So, like, where would be a good, secluded but spacious location to train in? Is it going to be in the city or out of the city? That kind of deal.
I mean, Skinface's base is it has walls and stuff. The problem is that occasionally more looters come down,
Yeah,
and
people would
occasionally
wander
like
in
old
there.
thieves are like, "Wait, it's safe now," and they're like start coming in. You're like, you jump from the ceiling, hammer out, cloak billowing, and they're like, "Ah, no, run away." So probably have to be away from the city. Thunder can get you out of the city pretty quick.
Yeah, I'll just be I'll be in a field somewhere or whatever. And Perrin will there'll be like a tree. Perrin will approach it and just like, up till now it's been kind of a reflective emergency thing. So for the first time, Perrin like actually consciously practices just climbing up things and standing on things, like stood sideways on this tree, just like testing his footing. At some point he definitely falls off because he tests like jumping to see what happens and just But like he learns his way around that skill and what its limitations are and ways to make good use of it. Like cool attacks he can do running up the tree and flipping off it and stuff like that. And then he goes to practicing with the hammer and getting a feel for that and how it swings and the new way to deal with hammer-based fighting. And as he's doing it, he feels like something isn't quite right with it. And like his swings don't have the right strength behind them as they should do, or as he feels like he used to have. And after a little bit of practice with this, he kind of like looks at his left arm and like, sort of stretches and like grips and ungrips the hand and just feels like it isn't quite what it used to be.
Make an insight check.
Nat 20. All previous
Okay.
dice rolls forgiven.
Well, you know yourself. It's like the dice are telling the story.
I'm not sure if I'm quite
Um,
myself right now.
Very well.
That's
Let
what I'm saying. Like, you
me-
know this is not you. Something's weird.
Find. I didn't think I'd need this.
Right.
Oh, hey.
Throughout your training, you're aware that something is wrong. You're just not being able to wield the blade, the hammer. Sorry, it's getting used to new parent.
It's a
You're
big
used
change.
to wielding a weapon with two hands in such a way, but as you keep at it, you do get used to it. You've got the proficiencies, etc. You've trained with sort of weapons
It's
like
not
this
quite
before.
as good as it used to be with the arm.
Yeah. But it feels like your left arm naturally wants to do something else. Almost like that kind of muscle memory feeling of like you can quickly go into an attack pattern just because you've kind of ingrained that to such an extent. And you can get that far when you're attacking from the right every time when you bring the hammer around and you're leading with that arm. But when you try and use your left, you're always having to think about it. And there's always the extra half-second processing time. Because every time you try and let your muscle memory do it, you feel like your left arm wants to just kind of snake out and attack the target itself. And you can kind of feel something within, hungering to strike, drain whatever you hit. And every time you actually try and even force it into leading, pulling the hammer and actually directing it from the left side, where the left arm has to be dominant, it seems like the hand betrays you every step. It seems like it just does not like that hammer. Like every time you place it, it feels wrong. Like if you just happen to place your hand on the wrong angle or the wrong section of the haft of the hammer to really get the right leverage. Sometimes it just slips. It's a bit too sweaty. Sometimes it's just too dry and irritated. It just never feels right. And every time, your muscle memory doesn't seem to work. The arm seems weaker. You can't get enough force behind it. And yet, that arm seems to disdain that hammer.
An old friend, That part of the legend is true. Perrin sort of thinks for a minute, sort of turns the hammer in his hands. Definitely he feels like ever since the arm went this way, he hasn't had the same strength as he used to. It's taken some little part of, his power away. So after thinking for a second, he tries something different. He lets go with the left hand, and he starts swinging just with the right. And then he focuses and he shifts his approach, and he goes from using his raw strength, which seems like it's had the edge taken off, into focusing his sort of mental power into it. And so he kind of switches to strength-based combat to charisma-based, and then tries swinging the hammer just with the right, using this force to sort of push it and guide it. And he finds it kind of works.
When you do so, you're focusing on using your bonded weapon, right? This is the weapon you've made a pact with that is your pact weapon.
Yeah, Perrin will have done all the switching over. It will be the pact weapon. It'll be the one that he can push into hammer space when he wants to.
Jayla, I see you.
You say wield her?
Wielder.
Oh, wielder. Okay. I was like, wielding a person? What?
As you force your personality in and you kind of accept the blade as... Sorry, you accept... Pact of the blade. Yeah, pact of the hammer, I guess. As you accept the hammer as... an extension almost of your body. As your personality, as your very self, your very power of your soul, just kind of accepts that within. You do get a sense that there is some sort of very rudimentary sentience. It is a very, very basic sentience. It isn't fully capable of conscious thought in the same way that, you know, some of the other things you've encountered have been. And that voice, it seems to come from further off. But you do get a sense of acceptance, and there's a faint momentary resistance which then disappears as you switch over to fully using your personality.
Sensing that there's something coming from the hammer. I nearly said blade. From the hammer. Perrin will kind of wait in his hand and say, "Your maker's work is being undone. We will remake it." And Perrin has a plan. He goes back to the city.
Okay.
And a short while later, he shows up at Rendry Tonks' door.
Where is my Rendry music?
I can hear it in my head.
Here we go. As you enter through the gold door, which is there, which just says, "No salesperson." You see inside kind of that constructed miniature scale tower. Diagrams all around. Off to one side, the elaborate kind of setup that has been used for investigating Skethsoul. And there's a very long ladder up against the tower, and you see Rendry up at the top with like goggles. They've got magnifiers.
Yes! Yes! What is it? Oh! It's you!
It's me.
Have you got the sample yet?
No, we'll work on that. But I've decided I'd like to make some alterations.
Sir?
Me.
Oh! Well, your nose could do with straightening up. We can fix that.
That's not what I mean.
I can do it at the same time.
I'm talking about the Soul Forge.
Oh! Yes, yes, yes. What you on, Chase? Yeah.
And I suppose Perrin will lay out his plans. And where he wants to start is he wants to reverse an ASI to strength in exchange for the feat Warcaster.
Okay. So 75 gold times your level.
Oof.
So 825 gold.
Okay, well, luckily, I just looted that much from Skinface's base.
You just hand him kind of a sheet of metal and silver along with other things like,
Yes, yes, I can probably use this. I need to buy some ingredients. Yes, yes.
and it'll take a number of weeks equal to your character's level divided by 5. So 2 weeks
Okay.
to recover after this week. So this week will be the changing. And then you've got 2 weeks of downtime. Okay.
There we go. I have paid.
Very well. And at the end of the week, Heron is a little less bulky, a little less toned. But his nose, fantastic. That's a charisma right there. No, you actually have now managed to kind of gain that knowledge as you kind of internalize it, a bit of practicing, casting, reaction casting, being able to channel that energy, that power without having to necessarily hold a focus or have a hand free. And it does kind of become something that kind of snaps into place at the end of the week. And then finally, I guess you also would then see Arena at the end of the week and the random box that she has. But Skith, what are you doing?
I'm gonna travel to the Lumerian Empire and try to get some endorsements going.
Okay, I mean, it'll be 50 gold to use the lightning rail travel.
Yep.
And then how do you wish to do your endorsements?
Oh, big bot. I gotta collect my token.
Networking was the one that was being used last time, I believe.
Transaction, travel. Okay. And yeah, I guess networking. Yeah, I'll do networking, I guess. What are my other options there? Let me pull up the sheet here.
Networking's the good one for just boosting endorsement a bunch. The other endorsement one I remember being a good one is tournaments, which might not be. really-
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
doing that. Networking
It
it
depends
is,
on what we're
then.
trying to do.
Yeah, networking, tournaments, and I think there's lobbying and leveraging, but that's for kind of
That's for spending it.
yeah, that's for getting certain things
Yeah.
using endorsement.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, well, if you want to do the networking, it will cost you either 100 gold for small events or 500 for large ones. And if you do the large ones, you get a +5 to the roll.
I mean, I only have 100 gold on me, so
Okay.
at the moment I didn't take any more.
Well, if you want to go with 100 gold, it would be a charisma persuasion with a -1 for each 10 endorsement metric in the current market, so -2. So it'd be a persuasion roll at -2.
Okay.
And it'll cost you 100 gold. And
Does
I
he get
believe...
advantage on that roll?
No. But you would get, I believe, a wealthy lifestyle.
That's up Skit's alley.
Yeah. Okay. Endorse. Money sent. And I closed my character sheet because I had too much stuff open.
Charisma persuasion, and then whatever you roll, it'll be a -2 from that.
Oh my gosh. I also closed our freaking character sheet tab, so let me find that real quick. I was trying to consolidate.
Oh
There we
no.
are. Here we are. Character persuasion, and it's going to be -2. And I can't use any perks because it's overtime.
Yeah, because it'll be cost of the entire week.
It's not
So-
a high one for
oh.
me.
You rolled a 5 for a 14. Okay, so it's 12.
We're
You
cursed.
+9.
Spend a lovely, luxurious week in Near Death. Oh, it's Near Death. Also, roll me a. Crap.
The party's about to be
a...
attacked by husk zombies.
I mean, it could be. To be fair, you don't necessarily have to be in Near Death when you're doing this. But Near Death is the 50 gold, so.
And it's
I already
where-
paid it.
Yeah, it's where the inn is.
Yeah. Roll me a d6.
Oh, I should have just. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yep, it's fine. It goes ahead. There, you aren't co-opted into fighting. You have a good time at some parties. People get a good impression. You gain the 1, which means your endorsement goes up to 26.
Ooh.
We're just
But it's
something.
clawing our
Loophole.
way up
Something.
the social ladder in this goddamn empire.
Yep.
Slowly but surely. We went backwards a couple times. So
Thanks to Saban. He made up for it,
yeah.
but we paid him the whole time, so overall we lost.
Okay.
Mhm.
So Saban lets you know through Pietro that yes, you have anytime you wish, basically get you on within the next few weeks at only a week's notice. He can get you access to the tower. It would be paid, but basically skipping the entire queue, get you in.
How much is it total for all of us? We gotta make sure we save that
Um,
amount of money.
It'd be under the cheat sheets. Let me look. Cheat sheets. You'd be doing your level 13, level 12. It'd be 490 each, so 1,470 in total.
Okay. We're good on that, I think.
Yeah.
490.
In addition, your inn is producing money, but you get half. Other half goes to Arathane until you do the task. So downtime. Looking up. There we go. Running a business. Every week, you make a roll to see how much money the business makes or loses. You make this roll regardless of whether you're spending your downtime managing the business or not. One of the NPCs who staff seem to be managing the business if your PCs are not available. If you spend a week of downtime running the business, you get bonuses. If you only spend a few days, you get Okay. I would need whoever is going to do the roll
Skith,
to roll
probably.
me. Yeah? Okay.
He's at the end, right? Or you're near the end.
Yeah, I mean, I'm over there.
Don't leave it to
Why'd
me.
you
My
make that
dice have been all
face,
over the place.
Cobalt?
Cobalt, roll me a D100.
I think he's nervous about
And-
his rolling.
I think we'll add a 10 to it because it's basically like an opening event. And Arathane attends. So it's a 28. Okay.
Oh no. That's worth the plus 10
Mm-hmm.
out of 100.
Okay,
Low
that's
is good, right?
low is bad. Low is
I know, I'm trolling.
low is very bad.
It's above the lower quarter of results. It's not a complete bomb.
Let me just pull up the running a business from the main rulebook, because that is below the extended section that fixes the main rulebook. That is actually very bad.
Oh no.
DMG running a business.
Gets too excited, gives everybody free alcohol. It's on
Presumably,
the house.
Might well be.
presumably it's possible to lose money when running a business.
Yeah, that's upkeep, effectively.
Gotta spend money to make money.
Okay. Here we go. You must pay the... Oh, God. That is the wrong table. Why is running a business not listed in the rules in Roll20?
I see you're running a business. It's under or not
That's the fix,
under
which...
downtime and running.
No,
Oh.
that's the fix. That's not the actual core
Oh.
rules. Unfortunately, Roll20 just doesn't highlight it, so... Apologies for this. Running a business.
I do like that the roll we got would be good for a D20. Unfortunately, we're rolling a D100.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
very good for these.
That's why I was like, this is out of 100. Oh, you want the core running a business rules?
Green Adventures. Downtime activities. Running a business. Here we go. You must pay the business's full cost each of the days.
Each day.
Yeah, because they didn't switch to work weeks until Xanathar's Guide to Everything. So we said that this was a larger one. Total cost per day, 10 gold pieces. It costs 70 gold pieces. Sadly, Skith, how does the business lose money on its opening week?
I probably drink too much because I don't ever get drunk. So I'm just blowing through it.
Skith, despite the managers being confused and not certain if they should be charging Skith because it still costs them, etc. Skith's just drinking it away, and everyone's challenging Skith to drink more. And you lose 70 gold's worth of
That's so much
alcohol. You also pour a lot of it on the tree. Which you can commune with whenever you touch it. It's just like, hey Skith, how you doing?
I'm not drunk.
There's a lot of drink around here. You're not drunk, but can I have some?
I'll subtract the 70.
Stars.
And that can be billed to your account and will come off the group thing. Okay, and finally, before we stop for the break, who would like to do the growth thing that you've got going on since you've got your extended licensing deals?
Oh,
You do?
I don't know. Whoever wants to, I can do it if you want.
It's just a button we press these days, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have the button enabled.
See the button?
So not me.
Yeah, I don't either. Is it a button that I can enable in here?
It should be.
Let me see.
It might be if you
super
select
trackpad.
Dragon Punch. If you select the giant menu, I might have made it a token action. I can't remember if I did or not.
Okay.
Did I make it a token action? I did,
Okay.
because I'm smart.
I clicked the dragon icon. And what would you like me to do? Which button is it?
Celeb Adventure menu.
Oh, okay, I see it. Private view or show all? Show all.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
So
fancy.
you can click to either small royalty payment, you'll get paid your 85 gold, or stimulate growth. If you click that, it will attempt to grow all of your markets.
What would you guys like to do?
Stimulate growth.
Oh.
Okay, I'm stimulating our growth.
I don't know why Skith just cast haste.
Says, have you hired Saban?
Yeah, you have.
Yes. Okay. Why didn't
No,
No
it's
change
just-
except for the Kingdom of Kaeldwin, where your
What?
endorsement increases by 2.
That works. Net
I mean,
bonus.
That's better than anything going down.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have actually gone down because you're on 0 there. So,
We have gone down though before, so
okay.
Doesn't something happen on a 7 or?
Only if
it's yellow.
it's only if you've got
does that
certain
mean?
thresholds. Yellow means it's
Oh.
going up. 7 only happens if you have a certain threshold. You can check the rules if
Okay.
you want to know more.
I couldn't remember.
Um,
I was just like something happens on a 1, a 7, and an 8.
Something happens on a 1, something happens on 8, something sometimes happens on a 7, depending on what the stats are.
Oh, okay, so it's 1 and 8.
Yeah, 7s just depends on what the market is like.
Okay.
One market grew.
I'll take something growing versus anything going negative.
That's because the licensing is as high as it can be for the other stats and B styles. That's why it didn't change.
You are currently influential adventurers, according to the
So
market
in-
analysis.
In Kaldwin, I guess we shipped some of our drinks there or something. How does that work?
It's endorsement, so it's to do with like how well regarded you are by kind of the movers and shakers. So
Maybe they heard about our stuff that we did with the.
it's probably something to do with the steel behemoth, like
Yeah, that's what I was
maybe-
thinking.
a steel behemoth attack there recently, and the fact that you went and like saw or thought it. The movers and shakers there hear from the other movers and shakers who you apparently know all of them in the dead cities, and there's a little bit more respect goes around those kind of more influential circles.
I hope that the rumor goes around that basically Dragon Punch drove a steel behemoth away from Vihiraras, because that would really, really annoy Sir Gallant, who is also famous for doing that.
We should
You're-
get the bards to make a song for us.
You're still local
Yeah.
unknown quantities. You could do that.
Let's
In the dead
annoy
cities.
Sir Gallant when you have things coming at you like a homing beacon that don't like you.
Yeah, let's not do
That's
that.
true. In the dead cities, you are local grey eminences. And in the Lemurian Empire, you are also local influential adventurers.
We're
Well.
influencers.
Oh no.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back shortly with the continuation of random stuff they found in a sewer. Also, how to not run a bar. Back in 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Like
Shouldn't have left
Kobold
me in
just like had his
charge.
hands on his face for like 10 minutes.
See you after the break.
Been worse.
Hello. So,
Bonjour.
I believe that brings us to the end of that week, and also to the end of Saban's retainer. Before we get into next week, are you gonna pay Saban more?
How much does he cost again?
That was
bring up his character
250.
sheet.
I think we are, if we can afford him.
He
I've got
costs
things we can sell.
110 per week plus costs.
I say we keep him.
For now. He's probably underpriced, but for now, he likes you.
Well, he better not raise his price after his terrible performance boosting our endorsement before.
He did give us a free ride.
Yeah, he did do that. That helped.
Yeah, I
How
think
many-
the plan is to.
How many weeks do you want to pay?
We did 6 weeks last time, right?
4 weeks up front. You can pay for 4 weeks with him.
upfront.
Do we do
What's
another
up,
4?
y'all?
4?
I'm fine with that.
That will
I have-
end on the 1st of Wild Moot. Then
I have 3 gold pieces on me.
You don't have any plat?
No, I just spent it all.
Oh, you spent a bunch of stuff though before.
Yeah, getting nothing done the before.
Yeah,
oh,
well,
Wild Wayne.
you kind of got trapped. A lot happened with you.
I have not had the best luck in our downtime. I got sent to the abyss. I got thrown out of the Ashir Satrapy pretty much. I infiltrated and had to retreat.
That is true. You've not really, been rough.
I watered my tree and I got my soul reforged. That was about all that was positive out of my downtime.
Hmm. And then 29. And then I believe if I hit calendar show, it now says Spawn's retainer ends on the 29th. Yep.
Whenever you post the calendar, it doesn't auto-scroll in Roll20.
Yeah, I know. I think it's
Hmm.
something to do with how it's posting it.
Also, it's
Bit
stormy
frustrating.
this week.
It is. It is indeed. It is stormy. Just everywhere on the globe.
Wait, is it Moon's Day?
So, I assume, Perrin, you are recovering.
Oh, because Wild
Okay.
Moot was last month. Okay.
What
Just updating my notes.
lifestyle do you want for that? Because there are benefits to doing that with high
Yeah, I
lifestyles.
get a bonus to the recovery roll.
I need to get wired some gold.
I mean, you're both in big cities. That can probably be arranged. Pietro can communicate between the two, so you
Wait,
can
like-
access the group funds, I'd
Okay.
say, while you're there.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, when Skith left, we would have given him, a bag of money to keep him
Yeah,
keep him
okay.
going.
Yeah, just use the group funds for stuff that you
It's
purchased.
just, it's not worth the faff of portioning it out and then recombining it later when it's like you're a lightning rail journey away. Nothing's
It
gonna
would
happen.
be only if you were going to the Shish Atrophy where you couldn't do that. But since
Yeah.
you literally have, there's probably a bank in each city, or maybe even a couple, where they will communicate between the two and they'll apportion you the
Okay.
funds. That can be arranged. So you can use the group funds while you're there. So Perrin, what do you want to do?
Are we doing wealthy for recovering from?
That's what we did last time for Skith.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
trying
go with
to
wealthy.
find
I get a
the.
+3 on the roll and it's 28 GP.
Okay, then
We're
hey, you're
just
28.
we're just burning money right
GP.
now.
We've just been lighting it on fire today.
So, you find a very nice kind of plush, basically little townhouse. Not massive, but it is a nice little townhouse in a nice area. And I believe, effectively, it's a death saving throw.
without the risk of death. I hope. And add a 3 to this. 19.
Okay.
Actually, it's including...
Success reduces the remaining recovery period by 1 work week.
I think it's added a 4 to it. I don't know if it should be doing that. So it might just be a...
Oh, 4 is your aura bonus.
Would that apply to death saves?
It applies to all saving throws.
Oh, okay, that's great then.
It does apply to death saves. Okay, so with a 19, if the result is 10 or higher, you succeed. Otherwise, you fail. A success reduces the remaining recovery period by 1 work week. You have... you may take the relaxing downtime when incapacitated. If you do, the end of the week, instead of choosing to end one effect, you may potentially reduce your remaining work week depending on your lifestyle during the downtime. So yes, you do reduce the 2 weeks to 1 week left. So you've got 1 week remaining as you begin to recover.
Okay.
Do you wish to read the book in that time, though?
Yes, Perrin will consult with the others. And we'll tell them the what book is it called? Can't remember the name of it.
Tome of Advanced Fighting Styles, I think it's called.
The Tome of Advanced Fighting Styles has reset and can be used, and I would like to use it. Is that okay?
I'm fine with that.
It's of no use to me.
Where is it? There it is. And so Perrin, just, in his spare time while he's recovering, he's just, not getting much done. He's going to read the Tome of Advanced Fighting Styles, and he's going to pick, where is it?
Yeah. If you weren't going to use it, I would definitely use it, but it's way better for you.
He's learning Versatile Expert. When you hit with an attack using a weapon that has the versatile property, you can use the two-handed damage die even if you are only wielding the weapon with one hand.
Okay. As you read the book over the course of that week, you don't really get a massive opportunity to try it out because you're incapacitated.
Yeah.
But you do for a minute or two before you kind of find yourself completely worn out. And in that time, it does seem like suddenly it's clicked. That when you swing this hammer, you can kind of get the same power out of it as you could when you were using it with two hands. It's not going to be quite as good as a dedicated two-handed weapon, but it seems to work pretty well.
When he manages to pull off one of these attacks, and he feels like the change, he holds up the left arm and says, "Now I don't need you anymore."
Gotta go grab some mail real fast. I don't want it to get stolen.
No
It just
problem.
happened. Give me 2 minutes, guys. Be right back.
Okay. Arena.
All right. I'm going to do the blueprint for the pressure capsules and then make some of those if I can do both.
Yeah, you can do the blueprint and make 2 pressure capsules. That will cost you 350 gold. And you now have a blueprint for pressure capsules. And I'll add that to your blueprint handout.
And you had the other one already, the pressure capsules.
The breathing bubble, you mean?
Or yeah, the breathing bubbles.
Yep. And you make 2 of the pressure capsules at the same time.
Yep. 2
Okay.
pressure capsules. And 2, and I have 2
breathing bubbles, and you've got the blueprints for
bubbles.
both, which I've got in the list.
Awesome.
With that, we turn to Skit. who is spending the week obtaining mail.
There is some stuff Per wanted to do in his downtime. So I believe
Okay.
like I can walk around the city and I can do like shopping and things like that. I just can't
Sure.
do anything particularly strenuous or anything like that.
Yeah.
So Perrin wants to look for maps. In particular,
Okay.
he wants to look for what he thinks will get him what he wants, which is a map of the coastlines of Ursulane for the purposes of sailing around the continent and not, getting into trouble. Because that's the kind of thing that might still be maintained to a decent degree today. Maps of the insides of those continents, probably not. But the coastlines, people need to know where those are so they can avoid them. If they're going
Yeah.
on really long expeditions. It's not going to be super common, but there might be someone in this port city that could have that kind of thing.
Such things are available. Do you want the entire continent?
Preferably.
Because it's big, and technically it's, 2 big sections.
He doesn't
And
need it in so
such-
much detail that it needs to be like zoomed in, but like if there was like a world map where like someone has gone to the efforts of, doing the outlines of the continents in a detailed manner.
You want, as if an omniscient presence had devised a world map where you could see the edges of the continents, and it was illustrated as such. Doesn't need to be super detailed, but kind of like an overview.
Yes.
Hmm.
Perrin wants access to the map we have on the map screen.
To that level.
Yeah,
Nothing more
that'd
detailed.
do.
Okay.
Like, he doesn't need to know all the little, fjords and deltas and random stuff like that. He just needs to get the rough outline.
Probably 25 gold. For it to be accurate enough that this isn't like a kind of crappier map where they've just been like, no one needs to know about Ursuline or the Beast House, and there are a couple of mistakes over there. 25 gold for a decent, respectable globe map. It's mostly considered really just kind of a curio that you might have on a wall, or you might just have in a drawer and bring out occasionally, because no one really needs a map of this scale for many things. However, you do get some collectors and some interest, but it is why it's 25 gold, because it will need to be accurate.
That's fair. As
Okay.
a side note, are there any maps that mark where cities used to be in Ursulane or anything like that, or is that just not a thing you can find these days?
You probably need to be looking for historical maps. Either looking in history books or maps that are like in libraries and are
It's more
old.
a researchy angle where they will exist, but you got to get access to them and dig them up.
Yeah. That said, some basic information might be available without research. Like, can be done inside of a day or less. Just getting some, but anything detailed or in depth, you'd need to spend a work week on probably, because this is more kind of like you'd be
Okay.
digging into actual history.
We'll leave it at that for now. There's a couple of other things Perrin wants. He wants a pane of glass. It could be in the form it's only got to be yay big.
Okay.
It just has to be, clearish glass. It doesn't matter too much, but it's, just some kind of
Clearish,
glass. It
or
could be a
like-
tray if they have that, as a thing.
Okay. It doesn't need to be like super clear, not super good.
Yeah, it just has to
Just,
be,
uh,
it just has to be glass. Other things
Okay.
might be able to work, but glass would be ideal.
How just yay big, like a pane of glass that big.
Yeah, like this big. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Like in real life, it'd be easy. Oven tray, you're sorted. But this might be harder in a D&D world.
Probably 2 silver. It doesn't need to
Okay.
be high quality.
All right, and then finally, Perrin wants to find the thinnest piece of parchment he can find.
Very thin parchment is something that is available. Do you mean very thin and really high quality? Like, what do you want to write?
It doesn't need to be high quality; it just needs to be particularly thin. So it probably ends up being like cheaper than your normal parchment because it's, you know, actually it might be harder to make really thin parchment. I don't know how this works.
I mean, it's harder to make thin parchment. Do you want to write on it, or does it just need to be thin, like wrapping parchment or something?
I'll give you a bit of hint. Basically, Perrin needs tracing paper.
Oh, yeah, no, that's one of the reasons that thin parchment like this can be made. Silver piece.
Okay, right. So 25 gold and 3 silver. And I'll mark that off the group stuff. When I'm marking off GP and silver, does it matter what order I write these in the thing?
Order does not matter.
Okay,
It will
just in
grab them
case.
based on the letters you put immediately after the numbers.
Okay. Right. Perrin gathers these weird random things and he returns to the room where he's staying and he sets up at a desk. He gets out some books and he piles them in 2 piles. And then between these 2 piles of books, he puts this piece of glass. Over the top of that, he puts this new world map that he's acquired. And over the top of that, he puts the tracing paper. Then he takes out the drift globe and he puts it underneath the glass so that the light shines through the map onto the tracing paper.
Mm-hmm.
He then spends some time making some careful markings with, you know, ink and quill about, like, you know, latitude and longitude points on this map and getting things laid out right. And then he traces southern Ursulane onto the tracing paper, carefully doing it as accurately as he can to the map that he has. And then he flips it 180. And he also puts it underneath the map that he has. He probably needs a second piece of tracing paper. I can mark another silver. And then on this new piece, he marks as accurately as he can based on the latitude longitude lines parts of northern Nisalane that are exactly opposite on the globe to southern Ursulane.
Okay. And you do this by just turning the tracing paper over along the horizontal.
Yeah, there's a way that I think if you like rotate it 160, then it becomes an antipode map. Whatever way you do it, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, you have proficiency in cartography, so I will correct you on this.
It might be that you have to flip it once, I can't remember.
Yes, with a map projection of this kind, if you just flip it horizontally, the edges are still going to be near the edges, so it's not actually going to quite work.
You flip it horizontally or vertically, and then you rotate it as well. I can't remember which way.
You have to flip it and shift it. Yes, I know what you're getting at. Yes, I'm aware of what you're trying to do. And with your proficiency in cartography tools, you know how to do this. No roll needed. You're proficient.
Okay, and on this
you're
new
aware what that code is.
On this new piece of tracing paper, Perrin marks the landmass of northern Nisalane that is perfectly opposite to landmass of southern Ursulane, and he obviously doesn't label this at all. He doesn't make any indications as to what this is. Once he's got what he needs, he adds nothing more to it, so that if someone looked at it, it'd just be some weird shapes. But as far as Perrin's concerned...
If I knew you were going to do this today, I would have finished that Photoshop. Instead...
I've done it, but I don't know if it's accurate, so I was going to ask you to, you know, double check or make your own.
If you've got it available, post it in the Ascension chat and I'll let you know if it's accurate or not.
It's pretty jank, I'll dig it out and send it to you. Yeah, I'll post it in there. But yeah, Perrin produces this map, and assuming, you know, however much accuracy you can out of these maps in terms of, like, you know, globe position, that, as far as Perrin is concerned, is a map to the other seal on the material plane compared to the 6th broken
Ooh.
seal, because we know that that's in Southern Ursa Lane, and we also know that the other one is exactly opposite to it. And yeah,
Okay.
and as far as anyone's concerned, it's going to be a weird looking map of some weird shaped lines and like some shading. And Perrin's going to keep the minimum amount of information on that sheet. He's going to destroy the other sheet of tracing paper, and then he's just going to roll up that map, and it's just going to be a map that he has. And then he's also going to keep this other piece of tracing paper as his secret map.
Okay. Feel free to ping me what you've got in
I
the
see.
Ascension chat,
Where is-
Yeah,
and
I'll
also
post
write
it
on your
in.
character sheet that you have a an antipode map,
Okay.
and I'll see how far advanced my attempt to actually Photoshop this got. Meanwhile, Skith, what are you doing?
I don't have much else to do besides endorse right now. Since I'm in near Earth and I don't want to spend more money to go back. So,
Huh?
do you guys want to do the 500 this time so I don't fail at all, or do you want me to just YOLO it for 100
Whatever you're feeling.
What's the boost that you get from 500?
plus 5?
It's pretty snazzy.
My
but
roll.
I worry that if the dice are cruel, then it doesn't get as much. If the dice are nice, then it does us tons. I don't know. Overall,
It's going to be a minimum of a 14 with the plus 5.
hmm,
Well, unless we -2, and then a minimum of a 12, which I just rolled. So then whatever my d20 on top of that.
like, in terms
Otherwise,
of
it's -2.
in terms of money efficiency, it's better to go slow. But in terms of time efficiency, which we might need to have. That said,
The barn can hold it for a few weeks, by the way, so it won't be forever he can hold that slot. But it will be, next 3 weeks, 2 weeks. That kind of time.
I'd say it's up to you because you can make an argument either way.
Let's just do 500 one time and see how it goes. And if I don't like it, then I'll never have to do it again. So let's go. How do I can just select from the party ledger instead of myself, right? Bank bot.
If you click on the party loot ledger and then use the bank thing, it takes from there.
Yeah.
Oh crap.
You can either take from the Dragon Punch or from yourself.
Can
Or I guess you could
cancel
take from
this?
somebody else if
Yeah.
you select someone
Just
else's
cancel
token.
out, it'll cancel out fine.
There's no token for this, but this on the sheet, I'm guessing here. Wait,
What do you
where's
mean?
you said
There's a
from
Dragon
the
Punch
loot
token
ledger.
down at the bottom.
Oh.
Down at the bottom by Moon's
Oh, it's a
Day.
That big
token.
thing is actually a token, yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
and you can
gosh, I
click
just thought
that
it was
and then click BankBot.
Oh, I thought it was just a label.
No,
All right, 500.
that's our group token.
Nice. This
Who
is
wants some Dragon
for
Punch shirts?
endorse. All right, and charisma +5 -2, or is there no -2 now?
There's still a -2, so you'd get a +3 on this roll.
Alright.
So whatever you roll, +3.
Charisma persuasion, right?
Yeah.
Why?
$500 gold down the
For a
drain.
13. It's a
You know what's really
13.
funny? You know what's really funny is just I think it's the story of telling how bad Skith is with money, and it's great. Anytime we give him money to do something, it just
Doesn't that
I
one
can't.
do some? Doesn't that
I
one mean
know,
it's an auto fail, or does it still count as the roll number?
I hope it rolls a 10.
It does still count as the roll number, because You can still only fail so bad when you throw so much money at people.
Ooh, I see the thing there.
So it is a 13.
Which is-
Regardless,
oh my god.
you gain 1 endorsement. As Skith Skith, do you just blow a lot of money on like extravagant parties, or do you buy 1 ticket to one really important party? Like, do you
One
go to one
important
major
party.
event? One?
Yeah,
Okay.
just one.
You go to probably like an opening ceremony of maybe like a new wing. Yes. So you know the palace, the main area in Nearderf, the kind of the ship that got destroyed by the lioness kind of collapsed into one wing and it kind of destroyed a chunk of that wing.
Mm-hmm.
That's being reopened. And so Skith goes to attend. And while Dragon Punch and Skith are mentioned as being, you know, people who stepped up and fought to liberate the city from the zombies and also to crush the horrific insurgent menace of the local revolutionaries. How do you cock this up? But still people respect you because of your team.
Oh, maybe I don't follow the dress code. I maybe.
Wait. Let me. May involve a rival.
A rival. I don't know any rivals besides my brother. Maybe
Don't say
there's an
that.
ambassador there instead, like how there was that in the other town at my funeral, and they're spreading. They could be spreading bad rumors about me, as they often do anyway, behind my back.
Why?
Like,
Isn't it Skith Half-Mind? It has been a while. I work with your brother.
As you turn around, you see kind of like a muddy yellow scaled dragonborn in kind of well-to-do posh attire, very fine flowing kind of luminous robes with kind of a waistcoat around the top, monocle just dangling into like a pocket, the chain kind of out.
Yes. It is so good to make your acquaintance. I often find that people of your stature don't tend to come to such important events. They like to keep their heads buried. But it is good to see you so out and about and feeling so able to show your face in public, especially considering all the threats and unusual circumstances you have got yourself into recently.
ah, yes, you work with my brother. You mean for my brother, right?
Well, he is one of the Great House leaders, and of course, I work on behest of the council, and he is, of course, a member of the council, so yes.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well,
Much as you, of course, worked for the Lioness when you defended this quaint little city.
I don't think that's the same type of relationship. I just
Oh.
happened to be here at the appropriate time.
Or much as you worked for who was it? Your dead brother's ex-wife? Yes. Oh, widow, I guess. You worked for her, didn't you, in the Beast Isles?
Well, the only person I really work for is whatever I think is the right thing to do, which is something that most of our kind do seem to lack.
Well, of course. Working for the right cause is very important. It just shows, I guess, in your case, a lack of judgment. But that is to be expected. I mean, you do deserve that name for a reason.
When was the last time you were in a tower or in battle?
Let me check. Oh,
Must have not been very recently. You have to think that hard.
maybe 4 years ago. But I guess I have more important posting.
Yes, well, I wish you the best in your more important posting, although I guess it is a matter of perspective.
Yes. Incidentally, I was actually hoping I would run into you.
What, with a knife?
No, I was interested to see who your brother thinks, so... Maybe it should be more fun for you to find out yourself when you eventually get the missive.
Well, I'll be waiting then, although I'm afraid you won't be able to see the reaction on my face if I'm not in your company at that time.
I'm sure it would be my loss, but I tend to personally think that the less of your face I see, the better the world is.
Right, well, why don't you run back to the council then, like a proper lapdog, and send my regards.
I will just do that.
13. Oh, lucky 13.
Okay. So, you still do get the endorsement, but that kind of has hushed tones around from the slightly raised voices and the slightly pointed barbed words.
I don't think he has a talisman. Sounds like he's just kind of like a
Make a perception check.
errand runner. Okay, my favorite.
Doesn't appear to have a talisman that you can see, no. Bentham, that map is wrong.
Did I screw it up?
I think that's an automatic. You've just done a full flip.
Damn.
I will attempt to do the finishing touches to mine in between scenes if I have time. It is almost finished. I just needed to actually double check it. So I'll see what I can do.
Is it not right? Because the B style's in the right place, right? That's what made me think it was correct. Can't be on the other side because it'd be right next to itself.
I'm gonna unpin it then.
I could double check. I think it's wrong, but I could be mistaken.
I thought I referenced it with like a world antipodes map. It's counterintuitive because it's a reflection of inside of a sphere to the opposite side of it.
Yeah, it's
It is hard to get
bizarre
your brain
because
around,
of
but I
that.
thought I'd got it right because the B style is on the left, which it should be.
I think you have to flip it. The vertical needs flipping, and then you have to shift it 50% of the way along.
That might be it. That might be what I did then.
Okay, well, I'll have that shortly. So.
I think, yeah, I did a vertical flip and then I shifted it across.
Nonetheless, well, I'm just double checking this.
I was concerned that, like, the map we see here might not be, perfectly accurate, might even be,
no.
like missing.
Your map is correct.
Nice, I did it.
Did it? Well done.
In that case, I can post that in the Discord.
I will have.
Though E's will
full
probably
version.
be snazzier.
Yeah, it's almost done. So, what would you like to do next week while I just get this processed?
Am I still resting?
Yeah, you need 1 more week.
Okay, I'll be resting.
Right, you'll be resting.
And I'll mark off.
Oh,
28.
actually, before we do the end of the week, we need to do the end of the week, where we would like to roll for the business. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Not
Skip,
me.
He's there.
I mean,
He's the
I
one that's
will, but
there,
have you
though.
seen my rolls?
We're not even in the same
I mean,
city. It's
Arena was
Fine,
the one
fine.
who selected the staff and interviewed them.
I want to see.
Perception.
I want to see Skith get a dub. I'm
Why are you rolling a
giving him another chance.
perception?
I had to roll a
check
perception
you
to
just
see
did.
if he had an amulet.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Why did it just do that? That's so weird.
Roll20's been a bit.
Oh, it's
It
because
might
it's
have,
not
uh,
scrolling
updated
down for
when
me.
you-
much
Yeah.
for some reason.
Who wants to roll for the business?
I'll do it.
Okay,
I
100.
believe in you. I believe in
He's
the
so
dice.
reluctant.
They'll turn around.
I love it though. It's telling
Is
a
it
story.
plus
It's
this?
great.
Plus 10 or no?
Nope, just D100.
Nat 100. Do it.
28. Again.
Oh my gosh!
The
Again,
same roll.
Oh, cost you 70
the
gold.
same roll without the plus 10.
Exactly the same number.
I mean,
1%
technically it's an
chance.
improvement. The
My
dice
God.
did better, but it was without the plus 10.
So Skith comes back to the pub after a very annoying, like, gala event
Everyone
to open
out!
up this wing. And he shouts everyone out, and all these high-paying customers have to leave. And he drinks a load of alcohol. And he's like, actually, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, you lose another 70 gold. The business is
Oh my
maybe not
God.
operating the best right now.
It could just be that we don't have many customers. It doesn't have to be always that Skith drinks 70 gold of beer.
Yeah, that's
Not my fault you left me in charge.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness. I need to figure out a solution. Oh no, this is the end of the session, end of the week thing, right?
Who would like to do the lobbying leveraging? Not lobbying leveraging, the
Do you want to do it, Bentham?
I'd give it a
So I
go.
did it last time. Or I
Doesn't
can
matter
do it,
what
whatever.
token I select for this.
yeah, you have to grab the
You have to
big dragon punch.
Dragon
one.
punch,
Perfect.
and then you click celeb, and then you.
We have hired Saban.
Okay. The Dead Cities, your licensing increases
no.
by 2. Kingdom of Keldwyn, your licensing decreases by 2. B-Styles,
Oh, no.
endorsement decreases by 2.
Oh god.
Oh no!
Come on, dice.
What?
Wow.
Oh no!
It's literally it's twice as likely that a good thing happens than a bad thing. But not according
Maybe
to
I
these
should have
dice.
rolled. Maybe I should have done
I have no words, man.
it.
I mean, it's not.
Get us in the tower, quick.
What do you want Saban doing? Saban hasn't done anything this week.
Oh yeah.
On make us money.
Should we try and get him to boost endorsement in the Lumerian Empire again?
Is he good at that though? What's his stats?
Historically,
Plus
he's
5.
been very bad, but he should be
Then I
decent
wouldn't.
at it.
He gets a +5. There'll be a -2 because of the
Is a plus 3.
so he has +3 in total, yeah.
Like it's a D20 plus 3. Like odds are he'll do well, but he's just nat 1 several times before, so who knows?
So
I mean,
sad.
that is what we're trying to do. We're trying to level
Yeah,
up our.
like as soon as we've got the 50% endorsement in Lumerian Empire, we've got free travel throughout, and we can start hammering all of the research avenues that it has and stuff. So like it's important that we do that.
Yeah.
May as well, I guess. I mean,
What else could he help us with? I need.
He could get a song written.
Good.
That boosts fame, right? That costs more money though, doesn't it?
He could organize a fan meetup for you. Wait, no, you need to be there for that. Okay, you can't do that.
At the bar.
He could up your fan rating and get you fans.
He
Really,
can help
you know
with
what?
the business.
He's really good at deceiving people. You could have him do a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
No.
We could have him help us with the business, right? Because you could spend for business. You can spend a week doing something, and it gives you a bonus to your role or something.
How much of a
I
bonus?
thought. Let me see.
He wouldn't be able to do it for this week because we've already rolled, I guess, but he could do it next week.
Alright, so we need to decide what he's doing this. He did this week.
Yeah,
as well,
normally
then.
it's should have been said before, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. We want to have him try. I don't know what you guys think.
That's fine. I mean,
There is a
But-
potential that he could put us back.
Yeah, let's just try and push endorsement. Probability
Okay.
says
Okay.
that it will.
100
it'll be a
gold?
net
Persuasion?
good. 100, yeah,
And-
100 gold.
and a
I
persuasion.
will.
I'm not paying 500 again.
I need to roll it because then you don't know necessarily if he's working for you or against you.
Oh God. Last time he was not, so
Okay,
I feel like
I'll take off the
we're gonna
100
go.
gold, and also I need to take off the 28 I spent on. Oh, the 28 I'm about to spend on recovering.
Chat
Okay.
says get bards.
Natural 20.
Yay!
Oh, thank God.
23.
Oh, finally. What does that give us?
oh.
That gets you
Plus
3
one.
endorsements.
Oh. Ooh.
Ba-da-da!
Okay, so that
You now have the ability to travel within
oh,
the
that's
Empire
enough. Oh, we did it.
free,
We hit
and
exactly.
you can get your foot in the door.
We hit exactly 30.
Woo.
So if we flub it at any, like if we accidentally lose endorsements at any point, we'll go back below the level.
Also, if you spend endorsement to do lobbying leveraging,
So that
you can. I think you can spend other things for that as well, though.
okay. I'll check out lobbying.
So,
leveraging.
he goes to like the after party to the one that Skith goes to because he's not going to the the 500 gold one. He's going to the 100 gold one. So like it's a lot of the periphery parties. But hearing of how it went, he spins a tale of Skith, who, as he escaped from the Ashir satrapy, there was this figure, this ambassador who was a social climber, who was just eager to screw over the young scion of the house. And Skith, through daring, through distraction, and through a dazzling array of magical skills, managed to bamboozle this social climbing ambassador. And this tale seemingly works and plays off of the interaction earlier. And people throughout a lot of the Marin Empire who are movers and shakers do believe Dragon Punch to be a little bit more. Yes, actually, these are people who can be trusted and useful.
I've got some bad news.
What?
Lobbying and leveraging. Lobbying and leveraging requires that you have more than half the maximum endorsement metric in the current market.
Oh no.
That should just read half or more.
Okay, good. So we don't need
Okay.
31. We don't
No,
need to
you don't need
select.
31. Unless it says you need to spend endorsement as part of it, because I think you can just spend money as part of it. If it says that you must spend endorsement, then yes, it needs to be above, because you could spend one and therefore still be in the bracket.
And it says it costs either 2 endorsement or 100 GP per market size.
Yeah, in which case you're fine. That should be half or more, because the thresholds in D&D are always based on halves, and those include the half normally.
So, like, if I don't use magic for personal gain, but I use my bare hands, is that okay? Like, if I were to stab someone for personal
I
gain
like the
instead
idea
of
that you cast polymorph on yourself and get bare hands. You're like, if I use my bare hands. Okay. This also means that you can now travel freely between the Marin Empire and the Dead Cities, because both of them have half or more endorsement.
Excellent.
Ooh, we just spent a lot of money.
We've eliminated a
Ugh.
money sink.
Gonna have to sell some of my bling.
You are now considered local power brokers in the Lemurian Empire.
Oh.
You
Okay.
guys, I really hope we don't go negative.
We still have to
I'm
pay to get
sorry.
into the tower.
I'm sorry, I know.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
What happens if we roll a 1
I
again? Does that make...
have a yeah, it could go negative.
Yep, no, we would lose endorsement if we roll a 1.
Yeah. So for this week, what I would like to do is figure out a way for me to do some kind of like water bullets that will work underwater.
Okay.
So I don't know. Question regarding that. Because I have ring of volleys, if I put a bullet that is an underwater bullet, will that let me keep using? Or do I have
Ring
to,
of
like-
Volleys creates a bullet in the gun and fires it. It does not take a bullet that you give it or anything like that. If you're creating a funky underwater bullet, that would be a magical bullet, and that would, after being fired, be used up. The ones created by Ring of Volleys are non-magical and immediately disappear afterwards.
They are magical, actually. But they are, like you said, they show up. But they are magical. But they are they're more like what you said. They show up and they disappear.
Yeah. So
I need something. Otherwise I can't do I can't unless I'm gonna melee. I could go melee. What if you guys want me to go melee?
Melee.
I know.
You can buy underwater ammunition. You could
I'll
also create
spend-
it again. You would need to make another blueprint. But also bear in mind, you only have 2 pressure capsules right now.
Yeah, I know,
Which
I
isn't
need
enough for the
more.
team.
know.
I can have a quick look at...
But I also need to understand that's why I'm asking you questions first, which is what would I need to do to be able to shoot my gun underwater and be effective?
So normally firearms, if they're normal firearms, have an increased issue with firing underwater, but you can get the underwater ammunition, which basically ignores the penalties of being underwater, and it also means that the firearm will continue to work because when the bullet is fired, it has no issue with the firing mechanism. Basically, it negates that for that bullet only.
I feel like it's gonna be really expensive, and then I think I'm just gonna need to go melee.
I think it's 50 gold each.
50 gold every time I shoot you guys. That's not happening. I'm gonna go melee for Drowning Tower for all 3 runs.
Does Corvid swim?
Yeah, he doesn't need to breathe underwater or anything like that. So he's
He's
good.
just gonna sink to the bottom, or
I don't need to breathe underwater, but I'm still not, like, really good at underwater movement or anything.
You're also not resistant to underwater pressure in any way.
Okay, well, if it's anywhere near 50 gold per
Um,
bullet, that's just not happening.
I don't know. I mean, I would need to have ideally checked this up beforehand. I think it might be less than 50. I'm just trying to find
I
it.
thought last time you told me it was like 350 or something like that. And so I was
That's
like,
that's not for a single shot. No, I don't know what that would be for.
what's the spell that lets you change your, like, you can have gills and you can swim more quickly?
Alter self level 2.
I used to have that.
I have it.
Transformation and-
I have older self.
Okay.
I
How
can
long
paste
does
it in chat
last?
if you want to see it.
Concentration?
I'll paste it in chat so you can see it. Did it paste?
No, it did, but it didn't
No.
scroll.
Oh, it just didn't scroll. Weird. I'm gonna give myself back that.
Concentration 1 hour.
Oh, and only self.
Can you unconcentrate me? I
Yeah.
was just trying to post it in chat.
Yeah, if you just click on yourself and you click concentrate on the toolbar, if you haven't added that to your toolbar.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So if that's not the case, I will make more pressure. How many pressure? I can make 2 2
You
per
can make
week. or
4
4?
common items in a week. So
I will make 2 more pressure capsules and 2 more breathing bubbles this week. But I'm looking into the water bullets options. That's the other thing that Arena
that will
does.
cost
and
you
what options for cold and swimming we have.
100 gold, because it's half price. So
100 gold per bullet.
no, 100 gold for all 4 of those items.
Oh, okay. I was like 100 gold per bullet. That's crazy. All right, 100 gold for PPM. 100 GP. And that's for breathing bubs and cap. Right. Pressure.
The 50 gold ammunition isn't the underwater ammunition. I'm trying to find which one the underwater ammunition is because I think I have it listed in my spreadsheet.
Cobalt, you will have a pressure capsule.
Okay.
Perrin,
that
you
to
will
my
have a pressure
sheets.
capsule.
Okay.
And Cobalt, you will also have 2 breathing bubbles.
Okay.
And I will have 2. And we each should right now have 1 pressure capsule. I have 2. And then, well, Arena has to have a conversation with Perrin. I mean, we can all have the conversation together at some point, but there's going to be a conversation that's happening.
We gotta talk
One
about
pressure
the gem in the
capsule?
box.
I mean, we have to have a talk about the gem in the box and also to have a talk about you breathing underwater and other stuff, because Arena noticed that you were not breathing when she was doing the ritual on your chest. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the first time she knew that.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mhm.
mentioned
'Cause
it
you were
in
trying to hide
passing
it.
before, and it was, when we just moved
No,
on.
specifically, we had a conversation with what's her face, and she was like, "I wouldn't tell Arena about this situation
like,
you're in."
Back in the last house, Perrin mentioned it.
Yeah, true.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so next week, Arena does that. Perrin, you're resting. Anything else you want to do, or just rest?
I think I've done enough shenanigans for now.
Okay.
I'm just resting.
So wealthy or any other kind?
Wealthy, and I paid
You've
for it
paid
already.
wealthy. Okay. Roll me the death save. Oh,
13.
narrow. Oh, 13. Yeah, no, fine. You are restored. You now have Warcaster, and you're a little less bulky. You feel somewhat more attuned with your combat items and magic. Skith.
Do I have to make more endorsements? I mean,
We don't have to do that now. But the
I
next
don't know what else
step-
I would be doing.
The next step with the Lumerian Empire now, I think, is to use lobbying and leveraging to get us access, particularly at arena access,
to-
to the I can't remember what.
It wasn't the library. It was the
It's like a university or
Unlit
an
vaults?
archive or
the
the unlit
vaults.
vaults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
wouldn't.
the thing is
yeah.
with that is that the market size of Lumerian Empire is 6, right?
Yes. Can I just pause for a second? I've got the
Yeah.
relevant information. Mariner's Arrow. Also available as Mariner's Bullets. Typically 20 gold. I would say for the bullets, it'll be slightly more just because the innate firearm. No, 20 gold. That's to buy.
20
They
GP
are.
per.
Yes, they are common. So you could make a blueprint as an uncommon item, and then make them for a week if you wished. But you could also just buy them in bulk.
How much is the blueprint?
Probably 300 for them. No, I'd say 200.
200. And then
That's with your discount.
what resources would I need to use? How much is the resources?
Provided you're
per
doing
bullet?
the comfortable living cost, because they are common, I would say that you could probably get by with stuff that you get as part of your comfortable living.
Okay.
But remember, you can only make a few of them every week.
Yeah, how many would I make a week?
Oh, if you made the blueprint, that would take half a week. If you made them, you'd be able to make another 2. If you spent the entire week just making arrows or bullets, it'd be 4 per week. Alternatively,
4
obviously,
bullets per week.
They completely ignore the effects of water. They will have full range. They will not have
I'm
disadvantages.
going melee for the drowned tower, guys. It would cost us way too much money for me to be using bullets. It's just not possible. Like I think we would just be I'd be spending so much money on bullets or arrows. So
We need to get you like a harpoon or something.
I have a decent weapon though, because I have the sickle. But it does
Yeah, I
cold
never
damage,
remember the sickle.
so I don't know if the sickle's useful for because they do cold damage. They'll probably heal for cold. So I don't know. Might need to swap my sickle for something else. Yeah, I guess Arena will be looking to maybe figure out what she can trade her icicle for that will do better damage to underwater creatures. So looking up maybe creature information, like what kind of water creatures we'd be encountering, what their weaknesses would be.
It could be varied. I mean, there are a number. Not a lot of things heal for cold. Very, very few things that heal for cold. Nothing off the top of your head. You'd have to do dedicated research to find anything. The sickle itself, if you did get rid of the sickle or sold it, I believe it has a price listed, so you'd make half that listed price. Beyond that, depends what you want. I can check the price of the sickle for you.
Would the crystal blade be a useful weapon for Arena?
It is finesse, and it is a longsword. She could use it one-handed.
Yeah, I could borrow that.
It's got healing and decent damage, and
Be aware it
also
is
light.
attunement.
Yeah, it is attunement.
Oh, it is attunement.
That's a deal breaker.
Well, she also has you have the injury insufficient, which is a gun.
Yeah,
which is attunement.
I would unattune to injury insufficient, and I would attune to that gun or that melee weapon. So that's fine.
Yeah, Perrin can lend you that because I'm intending on.
Yeah, then we're not spending because I don't really want to spend money on a weapon. That's why I was like, I'd trade my icicle for something else. Is what I would do.
It means I've got
the icicle, if you sold it, would be 225 gold.
That's it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not that good a weapon. It's a D4 weapon that does an extra D6 cold damage on the first attack per round, not on every attack.
That's not that great.
I mean, you got it early on. But it is a light weapon, so it could be used as a
It's on each
two-handed thing.
of my turns. It takes an extra 1d6 cold damage.
Yeah, the first hit of each of your turns. It doesn't happen on every attack.
Oh, on the second turn, the second thing, yeah.
If you've got the crystal blade, it'll mean I've got a spare attunement slot for something.
It's up to you. We could sell the icicle, and then I could use that for now. And then, because I will probably stay ranged post Drowned Tower. It's just for Drowned Tower specifically, I'll probably be melee because of the situation.
Like
just bullets. And whether I use a bullet, crossbow, bow, whatever I use, is just going to cost us way too much money.
Like if I'm keeping the crystal blade, then I think I'm probably gonna pull some shenanigans in the tower where like I switch around my attunements in the tranquil hall because the blade has healing, so I can always nab the healing off the blade and then switch to the hammer or vice versa. But if you want to use it, then that's
Can't you just false life for your healing?
Well, that's only temporary hit points.
Oh, temporary.
The crystal
points,
blade
okay.
does some actual healing and mid-combat healing too, which is the nice thing about
nice.
it is that the only negative is that you don't know how much you're going to heal until you've already called it, but it's, between 1 and 8 when you do it. But it's a good weapon. I think it would work for Arena.
Okay.
And then like if anyone's
If you
got
guys are okay
anything
with that,
attunement
I'll use
knocking around
that.
that I can steal.
Then I'm going to sell the icicle, I
Sounds
think.
better.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Just because we're low on money?
Yeah. You
All
can sell it.
right.
Sell it.
So I'm gonna sell the icicle. I'm going
225
to
gold.
take the so 250 gold.
225 gold you get from the icicle.
225. Do I click myself and add that? How do I do that thing? Or no,
Uh,
you give that to me.
Yes. Do you want me to
and
give
then
it to you, or do you want me to
I-
put it on the party sheet?
Either way works. And then icicle I will remove from my sheet.
I will put the healing blade, crystal blade, on your sheet after today's episode, just because I can
Okay.
make it with the charges, and that way it'll automatically use the charges. It'll also ask
Perfect.
you if you want to heal with it every time.
Okay.
Aaron, don't
and then I'll
remove
use
from
the
your
healing
sheet, 'cause
blade
I'm
just
basically going to
for
copy
the
it.
Okay, yeah, I won't touch
for the
it.
drowned tower. And then I think that's the situation that we're in.
In which case,
So no bullets. Don't worry about the bullets.
and they are available to buy if you want to grab a couple for specific situations or anything, but they are pretty widely available and very much so at the Drowned Tower. From what you're aware, they'll be available.
Yeah, I think it's not worth. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. I could get a couple in the case that we need to shoot something at ranged, but I feel like
Not
I wouldn't want
everything
to.
will
I
be
wouldn't want to
underwater
only be
entirely,
doing
FYI,
ranged.
so-
You know what I mean?
Like maybe for like the boss or something, or I don't know.
But it's 20 gold per shot.
He said we weren't going
And
to
I shoot
be underwater
twice.
the whole time,
It's true.
so
Oh, yeah,
For those situations, I
definitely
can
still
do just
take
my
the
gun.
with you, and then there's the option. But then,
Oh yeah, I'm taking
gotta
my
be
gun with me.
attuned.
I'm
you
just
can't
saying.
tune to it.
uh,
Until the
No,
middle.
Harker's pistol is what I'm using right now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Huck's
that's
Fist is just a
nonsense.
+1.
I'm not using injury insufficient right now. I actually probably could sell it.
really?
How much is
Ooh.
injury insufficient worth?
What does it say on the sheet?
My
It
rod's
was
worth 12K, but I'm not.
2,500 or 2,500 GP.
In which case you get 1,250 GP.
Yeah. I like it though. But it is two-handed, right?
Yeah, it's a two-handed weapon.
Probably leave the crystal blade on my sheet anyway, because
In case you get
I'll
it back.
probably get it back after the.
Oh, you're going to get it back. I'm not keeping it.
I mean, you say that.
I need to have a spare magic sword to stab into ancient evil and shatter.
Just in case.
Always gotta have one in stock. I've learned my lesson.
You're not gonna try to just slam it with the hammer now?
I do not want to break a vestige hammer smashing. I mean, well, using a Torog aligned hammer to smash Tharizdun aligned stuff is very poetic.
There you go.
But I want to keep the hammer.
Yeah, the hammer's cool. And I don't do melee a lot, but just so people are aware that because I'm an artificer, I use my int for my attacks, whether they're melee or not.
Nice.
So I'm okay. Because people are concerned about me. They're like, your strength's so bad. I was like, don't worry, you guys. Okay.
It's like, oh, I'm now using charisma for all my my melee.
Yeah, you use charisma, I use int. But I will say this, my int is low right now in comparison to what it was before. But next level, we get
Arena.
ability points. So,
You should now have Crystal Blade one-handed listed on your sheet. I haven't bothered to make it
Yeah.
two-handed because you have a shield. So if
Yeah,
you
no,
use
I'm
that,
gonna move it up.
you should get asked if you want to heal or not. And you'll need to reduce the Crystal Blade charges, which I've made a box for as well. But you'll need to reduce that manually now.
It doesn't say if I want to heal or not, but it asks me if. Oh,
It will
man.
ask you when you
Come
roll
on.
damage.
Good practice
Oh.
swing there.
Yeah.
It
good
says
practice.
healing, or it only gives me potion of healing option. I can't say no.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't know. It's popping up with potion of healing, greater healing,
Oh.
superior healing, supreme healing, and it won't give me the option to do damage.
In which case,
That
that is somehow very broken. But
I
just
roll
pretend
healing
that
potion damage.
I will fix that later.
Yeah, no
No,
worries.
So
You don't have to
who's
get
rolls?
loud.
reacted this week? I think we were talking about
Skip,
Skiff's
Skip has
thing,
to
yeah.
do his next. Yeah.
I have to point out that the 2 healing rolls that come up there were double 1s and double 4s on the D4s.
God.
What a
Part of me is
strange
thinking I should
series
maybe
of
get some
events.
bullets, but they're expensive. So
You could grab some for like the contingency, like if there's.
I think we'll just skip ahead now, and if you want to buy something, like I said, the bullets are still available. I just want to get to Skith.
yeah, for sure.
Lobbying.
So the thing is with the lobbying and leveraging is that you can either spend 2 endorsement, except we can't do that because it'll take us below half, or market size times 100 gold, which is 600 gold. So we can either sink a bunch of money into lobbying and leveraging, and if we pull it off, which isn't a guarantee, then we get arena access to the unlit vaults, and shenanigans ensue, or we keep pushing we keep doing the schmoozing stuff a little bit longer to get us some extra endorsement we can then spend to use lobbying and leveraging.
Chat. Do we lobby or do we endorse?
Oh,
We're never gonna be free of these
I'm getting this
horrific Lumarian dinner parties.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could like if we
People want us to endorse.
You need to open and close your sheet for it to actually work. I think that's why.
Oh, okay.
They're all saying endorse. This one guy, it's the
Okay,
one person, of course.
So they're saying
All
do
right.
networking, I guess.
All right. I'll pay 100 gold.
I mean, you also have Saban, bear in mind. So, like, Saban could do one or the other.
That's true. We could get him on it if.
It's asking me about sharpshootering, and it didn't pop up anything for the.
Yeah, but it won't until you do damage.
No. I said it's asking me about sharpshooting.
Oh yeah, because you've got it as a tick. If you take the modifier off, you've got down below.
Oh, gotcha. You had it on there. It's like
okay, so.
Okay, cool. It's working.
With a reduced by 3 now, 13. You gain another endorsement.
I didn't roll yet.
That's Crystal Blade.
Oh, that's Crystal Blade. Okay. Sorry about that. Feel free to roll.
No, sorry, that was me rolling to test.
Maybe I should have just let him. Got an endorse. Yep. Okay.
So, reduced by 3, 18. You gain 2.
Okay, so next time we can, or even maybe
We
you
could
should
have Saban do it now.
So
Do we trust the man?
So it's
Also,
I think it's a charisma roll. You can choose persuasion, deception, or intimidation.
He's good at deception.
Yeah.
Right.
He's good
And
at
the
deception.
DC for
He has a +10 to deception.
Ooh, snap.
oh yeah, so we
Yeah.
could have him do that angle, and would this count as a 15 DC roll for getting arena access to
Oh
the
my
unlit
God.
vaults?
15.
Because 15 is the DC for.
Do you want access to like a restricted archive, or do you want access
Yes.
to just the normal stuff? That's
Restricted.
good. If you want
Not
access to the archives themselves, that is the same as be granted permission to view the arcane tomes, the restricted libraries of Acanth, and the Ashir Sanctuary. This is kind of the same thing if you're going for the unlit vaults.
Oh, if we're going for the whole thing, it's like a 20 DC.
It wouldn't be necessarily the whole thing. There are some things they're never going to show you, but yes. But I think Saban also has a ability, by the way, that might be relevant, in that you don't have to necessarily spend endorsement.
Oh,
You don't want to.
Lobbying and leveraging.
maybe that's why I wasn't thinking that we'd need to get extra endorsement then, and I forgot that was why I was thinking that.
You may instead choose the third option of 1 endorsement and 1 markets and 1 licensing.
Oh, what's our
And you do have
licensing?
1 licensing now.
Oh, we've
Yeah.
spent all of our licensing in the Lumarian Empire.
But it is a high DC. It'll be probably a DC 20 if you want to get access to most of the archive.
I'd probably just say we'll just spend 2 endorsement because that's fine.
Got it to burn.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Because even
And-
if we do one endorsement and one licensing, either way, we won't be able to do a second attempt without doing more endorsement pushing anyway.
Gotcha.
The temporary hit point API is cocking it up. 1 second. I need to turn off the temporary hit point API.
But it's messing up
Should
Saban's
the crystal
roll.
Yeah, I
Blade
just
be,
reduced your endorsement by 2, but instead it was like, oh, temporary hit points.
is the crystal blade a +1 magic item or no? Oh, it's not. That's why.
It is a plus D8 damage magic item.
Yeah, the extra D8's the snazzy part.
Gotcha.
Okay, I fixed that.
Cool.
Or not.
I was just curious because I noticed it was missing.
Does it just keep?
Who is messing with my temporary hit points?
I didn't do
Don't look at me.
anything.
No, it's. I never realized what it is. I've got the wrong
She's
script.
blaming
open.
us, you guys.
I was mostly blaming it. I wasn't blaming you. I'm used to this by now. Temporary hit point. Me. Temp. HP.
I just looked over at chat and they're talking about, I think, nuking the ocean. I don't know how they got to there. It's a bold way of dealing with the drowned tower, I'll say.
So, are you going for spend the 2 endorsement, have Saban roll with the nice +10?
That's what I'm thinking. And as long as he
Yeah.
gets,
10.
as long as he rolls a 10 or more, it works. So it's basically 50-50.
50-50, yeah. There's no way for us to increase that, right? Beyond that.
Nope. So what
We
happens when
could
you have
try
someone operate at arm's
spending
length?
one endorsement and one licensing, and then at the end of the week we might gain a licensing, I think. That might be a possibility.
We might lose.
Last chance. You got to
multiple
decide which way you want it. I've changed it the one way, but I haven't told you the number yet. Which way do you want to change it?
Let me just check how it works. Okay, let's spend the licensing because we might then get another licensing at the end of the week anyway, and then have a second
lose it.
chance
We might lose it though.
if the dice are kind. Well, if we lose it, then it doesn't matter because there's 0, so it can't go down.
True. Okay.
Okay. With the +10, 26.
Woo!
Yes.
Yes.
Saban
Seems
reports that you do have permission now from the Empress herself
Oh.
to go to the unlit archives underneath
did
the
not.
Solar Palace in Sunthrone.
She doesn't really like me, I feel like. I kind of got sassy with her.
And we just grab Arena and we're just like, give us knowledge and hurl her into the vault.
Yeah. So in between this session and next, please send me a list of anything you would like me to ask.
I think
Or, I mean, look up.
what's the alignment of the unlit vaults? Is it religion, history, or arcana?
There is an icon that you can interrogate. I made it. Just saying.
I forget these
Use
things.
his things he makes.
I can't really tell what the
Where is
icon
it?
is because it looks all.
The unlit vaults, historical knowledge, mainly from the Krellian Dominion.
Excellent historical knowledge.
Includes artifacts that are pre-cataclysm.
Which is handy for some of the questions we have.
Few enter, and most of those that do have their entrance restricted to only the top levels. Now we need to give
What are
Arena
my
the power to
restrictions?
see in the dark,
Ooh.
like in
Yeah.
magical darkness, because it's magical dark the
Yeah.
unlit vaults, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably something crazy though, beyond.
What kind
But
of
yeah.
sight do you need for that? Is it true sight,
Well,
blind sight?
As you can debate this, what would you like to do at the end of the week? Because Saban basically shows up, says that here is your documents to enter, He may have,
Arena's queen.
may have lied a little bit to get them, but it's been provided. And because he spent licensing, like he may have promised someone like a lucrative swag deal. But he also says that you are allowed to go to the Drowned Tower for maybe the next week or so. But you could go right now. And there is a slot available. As in right now, as in like tomorrow, because you'd have to travel or whatever, but...
I did have another soul edit in mind.
Oh, God.
Well, you'd need a week to do it, and then you'd need to recover.
Yeah.
Just done 3 weeks, and he did say it would be only hold it 2 to 3 weeks.
I know. It's because of my fighting style. My fighting style is two-handed weapon fighting, and I'm now wielding the hammer with one hand. So I was going to swap it for.
FYI, if you level up to an ASI, you won't be leveling up to an ASI because you are going to be a 6/6, aren't you? No, you're going to be a 7/5.
I think it's a 6/6. Yeah, 6/6.
6. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to do that by soul editing. I was about to say you can switch fighting styles when you get to an ASI change, but you won't get to one for a while.
Isn't it a long time before I get one of those?
Yeah. 3 levels.
Mine is next level.
What are you
Everyone
gonna
else
do?
would be
Just-
next level, which is why I was going to say, oh, you have that coming up. Nope.
Yeah.
So like my final run of the Drowned Tower would be when I would get a
I
chance
need
to
it.
do that for free.
I need it for my ints.
Are you just gonna
So-
like tuck your arm in a sleeve like Aaron from FF10, or like what is that arm gonna do? Are you gonna carry like a little tiny shield in it? You know, like what?
I mean, is there time for
Might as well
He's
Perrin
gonna
just
be
lop it off.
Is it time for Perrin to do a quick shopping trip?
He's gonna get a
Oh,
shield.
yeah, you could have bought a shield.
think.
I'm buying a
Fine.
shield.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Oh.
I would like a +1 shield, but aren't they like 4,000 gold? Yeah, I was considering it when we were more loaded. We're no longer that loaded. I'm getting a basic shield.
We could
Oh.
maybe.
Never thought I'd see the day.
I know he's finally using a shield.
I've gone hammer and shield.
We have. I'm also using a shield. This is gonna be a weird. This is gonna be the weirdest dungeon or tower run we've ever done.
So yeah, I'm basically just redoing the whole build. Is I'm going from two-handed fighter to one-handed, but it does as much damage as two-handed. And then I've got Warcaster, so I can hold a hammer and a shield and still cast spells. And it also swaps out for one of my Eldritch Invocations, so I can get some.
What I need is my saddle. I'm missing that still.
There's also a doing stuff underwater invocation, so if we get through this one tower run, I can swap to that, but I forget what it does exactly. Maybe it's not suitable. But if it is, then I'm covered for the next 2 runs.
Fun. We'll point out that got you 1 slot.
Yeah. We need to go more than once though.
So do you wish to go now, or do you want to wait a week? Because if you're going to wait a week, Perrin is going to presumably do the soul edit and then be out for a week because he'll be incapacitated.
Does that mean we'd lose the slot?
Yes.
I guess we do it then.
You could hold it between...
I think
We're
we
gonna
do
have
it.
to do it.
Yeah.
So, you travel down to Neardeath to meet with Skith. We also do the end of the week stuff. Who would like to roll for the business as you briefly stop off at your pub?
I'll do it. To
Okay,
take it
Arena.
off Cobalt's hands.
And Arena shows up and takes the
E100.
reins. Like, you've been making a mess of this place.
What have you?
What
What
do
are
you
those-
mean?
All the stuff I made.
It's been a rough couple of weeks.
Arena has business sense. She ran a trinket shop.
You
I
didn't.
did. That's
It
true.
was your parents who ran it.
She was in
Yeah.
a trinket
There.
shop. She probably got to stand at the desk sometimes.
it's why I'm so knowledgeable about stuff. All right. So what do you need me to? I'm not very charismatic though. So
It's just a D100 because the shop is operating by itself now.
oh yeah, this doesn't. You guys realize?
I will say
oh,
that,
God.
like, you all are traveling through and briefly show up, so Dragon Punch is briefly there. So since you have 13 fame, I'll say you can have the 10s digit, so you'll get a +1. So D100 plus 1.
Plus one.
Hey,
All right, here we go.
You guys have
I'll take it.
dice.
You are
Inspiration
super famous.
dice.
46.
Yeah,
Better.
46.
an improvement.
It's better than
It
a
covers
28.
its own maintenance cost for each of the days.
Look, I had to recover from going negative twice, 2 times in a row.
They're like,
so-
look, we spent all our money just buying in the alcohol that Skiff drank.
yeah, that's what it is. True fact.
Yeah.
My bad.
I will also say hi to the big tree, even though I don't think it can talk to me, right? It only
Oh.
talks to Skiff.
Yeah. Big trees.
Reena's
just
a
there.
forest gnome. She's still gonna say hi. Also,
Go
I
give
would
it
have
a little
definitely said
rub.
bye to Pietro and my brother when
Yep.
they're, because I know they're doing their tower runs, and hug them
yeah.
both very, very tightly. Tell them to
Pietro
be
probably
very,
has
very
actually
safe.
done one of the towers this time.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have to see where he's
Before
still
they
alive.
both went in.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We will do a retcon cutback if like Pietro dies, just so you could have said goodbye and then
Or
Pietro
my
never come out.
brother.
We'll have made sure he's well provisioned for it. We'll have given potions and stuff so that they're extra.
Okay.
Go
How
ahead.
many?
How many do people have? We're actually, we're a bit short at the moment. We can lend
I
them,
don't
and if
have
they don't
many
use them, we'll have them
potions.
back.
Well, you presumably need them for your own thing. So how much money do you want to give them to buy potions? Pietro's actually got some money right now, so Pietro's probably fine. But you can if you want.
Ooh. Like, how many healing potions do I have? I don't know if I have. any.
I have one in my ring and one on my belt. So
I've
Oh.
got 2 on me.
I have 5 healing potions. I will give Pietro 1 for sure.
wow, she's been hoarding them.
And
I will add that to Pietro.
It's because we all had 5.
You
at
need one
point
as
and
well,
Arena got
Skip?
captured.
you need one as well, Skiff?
I mean, I
I'll
have
give
one in my
you-
ring and one on me. So
Okay, you can have another
probably-
one, and I'll go down to 3 then.
Okay, I will add it to my sheet.
It's just a normal healing potion.
Yeah.
Not a special one. And you, you should have potions of water breathing, right?
I have one,
Okay, yeah. I have 2.
and then I've got 2 bubbles and 1 pressure capsule, right? Or 2? one.
You have 1. Everyone has
Yeah.
1 except for me. I have 2 because I made 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and how many bubbles? So you've got 2.
I made
Arena's
4
got
bubbles.
2.
I have 2. He has 2.
Okay, cool. So
And
who would
Karen
like to
doesn't have to
do
breathe,
the end of
apparently.
week extended licensing then? Before we do the wrap up?
I did the other thing.
I can do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Although I can if you want. Go for it.
Ba-doop,
No more negatives.
ba-doop. Stimulate growth.
Uh,
Hide Saban.
Ooh,
King of Caldwin, licensing increased by 2.
What is going on in
I'll take
Keldrin
that.
right now? We're just
I don't know.
They've
We're
got a lot
really
of people
popping
coming
up.
over the border. They've got 2 borders nearby. I'm just saying.
They're singing our praises.
okay. And no change.
I don't know
Everything
why.
else was
Behemoth.
4s and 3s.
It's the steel behemoth.
2
The
Behemoth
word.
plushies?
Oh no.
And we what if we make steel behemoth plushies? Would you guys buy them?
I'm pretty sure everyone who's died to steal bear moss would like maybe it tastes less, just saying.
I think Keldwin might have a particular
I
pro
meant viewers.
pro paradigm ban angle that maybe means that they like what we did with trying to deal with the behemoths. I don't know.
So, as you get on the lightning rail to head from near death to
Pietro
mast, the last little section will have to be done by coach because the lightning rail doesn't go all the way to mast. However, you are well provisioned and ready.
I don't know about that, but
Mast itself has all the facilities you could need to buy stuff for the Drowned Tower because the Drowned Tower is right there, so they tend to make a good selling of that equipment. So, as you head off, you get into the lightning rail under the normal conditions of your travel. It is free. Such companies and persons who need protecting and who travel via these mechanisms trust you as a group enough that they will pay for your passage, provided you provide them with escort. You have to defend it, any attack, and just generally make sure that things are okay. As you settle down in the less nice portion of the lightning rail, since you're getting free travel, and begin to bulldoze off, Arena.
Mm.
Lightning rail speeds on.
I don't like it.
As you have trouble finding a consistent sleep. Since you are in your in-between planned combat belt since the day before, you do have the Psi Crystal, and you can kind of feel through the Psi Crystal strange kind of feeling briefly wash over and then disappear. The crystal blade that you're attuned to, briefly something flickers, and you can feel something odd through that. It's a strange sensation. Yes. Marina, you're the first one to hear it. There's a and then kind of a distant rumble. Train shakes a little bit.
So what you mean?
Aaron, at this point you wake up as well. And you hear in the very distance, along with Arena,
Where are you?
get this fast
shit.
asleep.
I'm gonna wake Skith up.
What is it?
I think we got company.
Aaron, you
Greetings.
feel
Should I make
something
some
on
tea?
your chest begin to burn.
Son of a... That thing's found
Yeah.
us.
I was like, it's gonna find us because that thing.
I've got a message for you.
Is it
You
coming
hear-
from outside?
And then kind of the train kind of rocks. Sounds like it's coming from further up the train.
Can I look
I'm
out the
gonna start
window
moving.
and see?
That's where we end today's session.
Okay. Yay!
Oh lord.
And
Gotta
I
clean up
updated
our
my
messes.
I thought we'd have more
attuned
time.
and my infusions. I think this should be.
Found us really fast. I wonder why, Perrin.
Plus, when I see the Steel Defender included an item that you made out of dragon scales, the Steel Defender.
Oh,
That is unfortunately gone.
Okay. So I have to pick a different attunement or a different infusion.
Yes, infusion, yeah.
Okay. And then I have to update Overbat's sheet.
I think I've updated that one already.
Okay,
Should
you already did
say
it.
15. Yeah.
Perfect then.
Okay. So, when we get back, we'll continue from there. Right. So, reminder of today's.
I guess I'll just have the homunculus out now.
What does that thing do exactly?
It has some range damage that it can do.
Oh, I don't think I've
It's
ever seen it
mostly
attack
useful
anything.
at a very set kind of level threshold for that, and then beyond that, it's useful for just having something that can do
It
stuff
can
and
do
fly
touch
around
heal.
and do.
It can do all my like
Yeah.
ranged heals as touch heals, so I can like have it chilling on your shoulder and just heal you and stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
So
Oh,
basically, you can
okay.
cure wounds for it instead of having to be like, "Oh no, you're too
Yeah.
far away."
It has uses.
Gotcha.
It's just I tend to not use it.
I mean, honestly, it's great just to be like, "Here, put this down your trousers and just pretend that it's not there, so no one attacks it. If you get fireballed,
Yeah.
it's screwed." But
yeah, if it gets AoE'd by anything, it sucks. But
honestly, sitting on someone's shoulder and then never touching it and never drawing attention to it is also not a bad plan, because just being able to do that is pretty nice.
that's what I did before. I had it sitting on Perrin's shoulder or something
Speaking of
like
which, Perrin, you still have what, 2 charges of hobby horse left? Or is it 1?
1.
1 hobby horse charge left.
I guess that's about to become very relevant.
Quite possibly. So,
You still have it.
Today's supporter is Mia Villa. Thank you, Mia Villa. Construct. That's the clock works. They're out now. Why not? Grimrose Academy starts on Saturday. Grimrose Arcane Rose's info is available on the Patreon now. And of course, we're sponsored by Roll20.
there you go. So, let's start off with, I guess, Maggie, because your robot's here and it wants to make friends with you, and by friends I mean not friends.
Yeah, I
What do you
don't
do?
know
Who
what
are
to
you?
do about that. So I don't know what to do about that, but you can find me at Margaret Crone in all the places. Like Margaret Crone, and I'm doing lots of things on the internet. I have some cool projects coming up, so if you're interested in checking those out, definitely stay tuned. I will also be here on Saturday as well for our Witches and Spellcraft campaign, Grimrose Academy. So I hope you all will enjoy that and tune in. And I make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on the advanced version of Witches and Spellcraft, as well as Ashes of Creation, which is a MMORPG that's coming up. And you can find that at Ashes of Creation in all the places. And that is me.
Get fighting scale. How about who is you?
What's up? I'm Cobalt Streak. I am currently playing through some Binding of Isaac random streaks as usual. Just checked out a game called Circus Electrique, which was pretty fun, and I've been playing Across the Obelisk as well. And then thinking about checking out some Total War actually when I get my new computer in. Because I should be able to crank the graphics on that. And yeah, I play D&D on Thursdays. I stream just about every other day, and that's at around 5 p.m. Central. So come hang out if you wanna chill.
And of course, Karen and please, who are you?
And Bentham, you can find me on the internet in places where Mangled Pork is usually the name, unless it's Twitter, where I'm Bentham Place. But never Bentham. Bentham is always taken.
I will handle your pork.
No. Ew. You can find me playing Barotrauma with friends. Maybe there'll be some streams of other stuff at some point if I can get my act together. And also, because we've been playing Barotrauma, we have willed a new Barotrauma update into existence that'll be coming soon, so that's cool. And we've also willed a massive Phasmophobia update into existence, so we're probably playing some of that too coming up. But that's me. EE, what are you doing?
I must point out nobody used their inspirations was well earned today.
Nope.
I am here to eat it all.
I made like 3 rolls today, and they all went well.
I should have been putting you all to work with your dice.
Yeah, that's true. Oh no, it didn't all go well. Your investigation roll for stuff was crap.
Oh, that's true. When I
There
was
was
looking
all
around,
these
and-
diamonds that I just
yeah.
had to throw away. I'm in Elysium. If I'm at Twitch.tv/Elysium. I don't know how much I'll be doing the next few days, but there may be a couple of things. Firstly, I'm gonna have to build the Drowned Tower. I've already started, but like I might stream some idea gathering and specifics. I don't want to stream too much of it, obviously, because getting ideas. But I'll be doing some planning. I've already designed one item for the Drowned Tower on stream. Just saying. Packs a punch. There's also Victoria 3 coming out soon, which I'm hopefully gonna maybe play on the stream at some point, because I probably can't find time unless I do that. So I'm gonna, when that comes out, definitely. And I may also try and play Total War at some point. Although, I'll be honest, the energy bill for running my computer doing that is now probably more expensive than I will ever make from streaming, because I also will need to run the AC to counteract this graphics card, and I'm really tempted to put my old graphics card back in just because it's more energy efficient. So that's
Wow.
weird world. Yeah. Right. Anyway, that's it. After shows, and I guess there's a few things in after shows.
I have several questions.
We may indeed.
We shall away.
Are we go for tips?
Oh, here's a tip. Don't let me find you.
Too late.
I think I'm gonna swap
Invisibility.
I think I'm gonna swap homunculus for cloak of the manta ray infusion, or to create that.
You would need to attain another infusion, which I think you can only do when you level up. You can switch out infusions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you
Right.
unfortunately have
there
your
an
limited infusions. You know.
Is there an emergency
That's
brake on
true.
this train? Is that a thing on the lightning
So
rail?
I could do that next level, you guys.
Yeah.
For Drowned Tower stuff.
Let me just pull this up. And the tips.
Some trains have emergency brakes.
I think all
there are no
trains
tips for
do
that,
in
you're
real
good.
life, but
You're good.
lightning, like D&D lightning rails, might not have that kind of health and safety regulations.
I feel like they would, but I don't know. Do they regulate, or do they do them properly? Who knows?
Oh, we're good. No tips.
We're
So,
all gonna die.
I.
See
Pro
you
tip:
next time.
don't die.
good strat.
Can we play the trailer, the new trailer again?
Oh, we can leave on the Grimrose trailer. Let's do that. See you
See you
next time.
Saturday.